Hmm. Hello, Dr. Johns. It's you. You're alive, right? As in, you're here now, not a long time ago. So why is the chat loading so weirdly? Have I made a mistake by loading this game? Expedition 33 right now. How are you, Dr. Jones? Fido is here with me. It's true. We've been gaining some momentum with the channel, did you know? I've been getting a lot of views and a lot of hate. I've been called mentally ill a lot of times. But also the subscriber number is growing steadily. We're only gaining subscribers lately. We haven't been losing any subscribers lately. Even if it's an average of 1 per day gain subscriber. I feel like hello, fake Alec Cal Parker. So you're definitely not viewbotting then? No. I receive hate. Also, I have 0 viewers on Twitch, so I definitely am not viewer botting on Twitch. That's definitely not happening. Hold on, I have to fix something because the computer is working really sluggish. That is woke. My editor messed up and placed the wrong and used the wrong president. I did a segment about Nawrocki and my editor used Duda instead of Nawrocki, and it sure drove a lot of engagement because a lot of angry people came to the comments and were like, you used the wrong president in the thumbnail. We hate you. And I was like, okay. Insanity. You know. Why the fuck did the internet hype up Trump being dead? Because the internet is stupid. That's why. Because there was something wrong with his hand and she didn't appear publicly for 3 days or something, and so people assumed that maybe he died. That's why. He made you homeless now. I know. You should give me the address so that I can... Wait, where's my controller? What the hell? Hold on. 1 moment, I'll be right back. Fido. 3 days, holy shit, he must be dead. Yeah. Plus his hand was in a weird state, so... I don't know. People I thought it was weird that everybody suddenly was talking about how Trump was dead. But I did say, my only comment about him dying was, you know that if he died, there's no reason to be happy because J.D. Vance would become president and J.D. Vance would not be a better president than Trump. So even if he did die, there would be no reason to really super rejoice, in my opinion. I wouldn't dance at the prospect of J.D. Vance becoming president. Oh. Got a message on Facebook just now. Another message on Facebook. I think it's audible on stream. Huh. Well, he'll be the president. Nobody will be able to just ignore him. Even if you don't like someone, I don't think you can just ignore the president of the United States. The game is not working very well.
Careful now.
Maybe. I'm not so sure. Any other big plans for stream? We'll be doing some gaming, and there are two topics political that I want to cover because we are having some type of momentum right now. I've noticed that VODs are getting views and JD Vance. One is definitely JD Vance. You know JD Vance, right? The lunatic that...
Roma is flowing. A storm is coming.
JD Vance is the health minister of the United States.
Coming.
Have you said thank you yet? No. Also, it's very funny how I commented that the Polish president vetoing a bill to help Ukrainians is bad, and I saw people in the comments asking me to write in Ukrainian because they all assume that I'm Ukrainian. It's so stupid. Two people in the comment assaulted me with the misquoted data from a German think tank, which was very funny. And by funny, I mean pathetic. Because you are? I guess so. Dr. Johns, why don't you comment under my VODs? I could use some positive...
Okay.
Oh, come on. You know that's not true.
Danger.
Watch out.
Look at that.
Danger. Take cover.
Just try it.
Sometimes it feels like the counter damage is random.
Rest.
Ready to evade.
Oh, we're just gonna try this a few more times, then we're changing game or topics or whatever, because this is not how we roll in these parts, especially since the performance for this game is not really stellar right now, which I do not like. Hmm. Let's turn some stuff off. Oh my god, this is taking ages. Like Carl Parker only wrote Lucy and then just left. Oh my god. This is becoming so annoying. I'm becoming so angry. Ah. Hello, Lettuce. I'm trying to do some cleanup. How are you, Lettuce? On this fine Sunday. I successfully wasted my entire Saturday by sleeping after working 15 hours on Friday. Don't worry, I slept through the entire Saturday as well, so that makes us both Saturday sleepers, I guess. Sleep is important. Sleep regenerates you in many ways, physically as well as mentally. What's it called? I'm asking Karaso about Emperor of the Fighting Suns. Oh, your feet hurt. What happened? Okay, that's better. Okay, it's not better. Jesus Christ.
Watch out, Mael.
I get to do a lot of walking at work. I used to do a lot of walking at work when I did the
Won't lose again.
project regarding building bus and tram stops. Oh,
Bring it on. Just try it.
I don't know if you're familiar with this project. 1,750 bus and tram stops for Warsaw. It was a whole project. Agora together with the city of Warsaw.
Danger!
Yeah, I used to work for Agora.
I'm ready.
Let's dance. Please survive.
I'm gonna turn the sound down when it's my turn. Okay,
Win this.
let's turn the game down a bit. Okay. Yeah, I used to work for Agora, believe it or not.
I've got this.
Take cover.
Ready to parry.
Actually, the sound effects are really important for parrying. That's the one thing that I should, technically speaking, want to have loud.
Once more.
Because a lot of the attacks are... A lot of the parrying you can figure out by the sound of the attack. Oh.
The dance begins.
I won't lose again. Careful, my elf.
Guard up. Lily, watch out.
Oh my god.
This will hurt. Not leaving you behind.
So how's everybody doing this fine day today?
I've got this. Ready to strike.
Let's carve a path.
Now's our chance. Let the ink flow.
Last chance. Look at that.
Not looking good.
Let's see what the next enemy is gonna be. But yes, we're on a good path when it comes to... Oh my gosh. We're fighting a train. Yeah, this is going to take me a while to learn. At least this fight has my favorite music. Okay, one try and we change game. Things are not going well for us. Lucy Hazeh is not doing well.
Brace yourselves.
Oh, yeah. We're still having that conversation on
Ready to evade.
Wednesday with counterpoints about socialism. Are you excited for that at all?
Okay.
I'm entering the wider streaming space, I guess. Okay, one last try. What do you think? Any comments? Oh crap, I'm gonna kill him. Bastard! No thoughts? No thoughts?
Parry it. Caught up. On me.
Let's try it.
Ready to parry.
Oh my god, I have to try again. I have to try again, okay? I have to try again. I simply have to try again. You understand, right? That I have to try again?
Careful, my elbow.
Ready to parry.
Ah!
Not impressed.
I'm ready.
Oh. There's this type of attack. Oh, Filippo Gust is making the one viewer on Twitch. I honestly am starting to think that in my case, dual streaming might be a waste, okay?
I'll do it.
What do you think?
I'm okay.
Okay, we're switching game for now. We won that one fight, so whatever. Okay? We won that one fight. So we don't have to continue with this game anymore. Let's see what's happening in the stuff. Let's see what's happening in the YouTubes. Metratron and Shadiversity responded to me. It was bad, said Freda. I have no clue who Freda is. The day everyone thought Trump died because he had like I don't know, weird... because Trump had a weird bruise on his hand, I guess. Very strange. Just a robot just cemented his lol cow status. Who's just a robot again? Yeah, they're pretty cool. Okay, then I guess we can watch this video. But if Freda is pretty cool in your book, then I'm gonna watch the video and see. Because Shadiversity is some bizarre channel about weapons, I think. Okay, let's watch. I don't know if he's a historian, sorry, but ATT guy. Yeah, Shadiversity is a bizarre one.
Named Major Kill made a video about Art Warhammer. In it, he theorizes that
I also used to do premieres, so maybe I should start doing premieres again.
Should be allowed to say a slur.
What do you
my dishonest portrayal of him, and then double down on
What do you
why he
think?
should be allowed to say the slur. This is how Shadiversity opens his video.
As we begin this video, I'd like to ask you an important question.
Okay.
Does truth matter? If it does, you should find this video very important.
This is how Metatron opens his video on me.
Take your shot, fun boy. You got me, dead bang.
What?
Take your shot, Freddy boy.
What?
The creators disparaged me as a liar, a quote, intellectual fraud, and more, while clearly intentionally cutting my arguments so as to make them appear to say something they didn't, cutting my evidence that contradicted them, and more. I will show the ways in which their behavior reinforces my original assessment of them, how their methodology is unsuited to working with history, and how their behavior in their responses actually made them appear to be worse than I had originally thought. I'll source all my claims at the top of the screen, just like I did with the previous video. Whenever I'm showing someone's argument here, there is a timestamp as well, so you can go to that video and make sure I did not clip them out of context.
Okay.
When I source a book, article, or document, they will appear similarly down to the page number if available. All of this is also in the bibliography in the description down below. This is how all of my videos are made.
If truth matters, maybe I should open my videos like that. If you think that truth matters at all, then this video should be very important to you. And if you dislike this video, then I guess you just don't give a shit about the truth.
It's about honesty, transparency, and making
should do
knowledge
it.
more accessible. This is not a courtesy these creators showed me, as that would make what they were doing very obvious. Thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video.
War
War Thunder is
Thunder.
the most comprehensive vehicle.
You know, that game for leaking stuff. For leaking secrets, military secrets.
Game available for free on PC, console, and mobile. War Thunder sports immersive and incredible visual detail to the point where I actually used its in-game model of the MiG-17 as a reference when building and painting my own model plane MiG-17. The detail of War Thunder's damage...
Maybe I should play War Thunder, what do you
Every
think?
hit you take impacts parts and elements of your vehicle, which is then reflected in your vehicle's performance. You can see this happen in War Thunder's X-ray vision view. You can operate over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 major nations, all the way from the interwar years into the modern era of jets and main battle tanks, all modeled to this level of detail. There's something in the game for everyone. My friends like the higher level
I wonder if it has some sort of a story mode.
fights with beyond visual range missiles. I prefer the more up-close and personal World War II aviation. Join 95 million players in large PvP battles today with an immense amount of content to discover. I've put a couple of 100 hours into this game, and that's just playing a couple of the available nations. Play War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile now by using the link in the description or the pinned comment below. New players and those of you who haven't played for at least 6 months on PC and consoles get a massive bonus pack if you use my link. The pack includes 7 days of premium, 100,000 silver lines, and the exclusive
This is amazing.
decorator. This bonus is available for a limited time only. The very first thing we need to discuss, which will set the tone for the rest of this video, is Metatron's approach to sources and academia. Throughout his video response to me, he consistently cuts away whenever I read the work of expert historians who are refuting his claims or arguing against his method or approach to history. It's not just that he doesn't want his audience to hear the arguments from the expert historians, he doesn't want to hear them himself. To conclude, I'd like to read a couple of quotes from Roderick Stackelberg.
And once again, quotation after quotation after quotation. That's Freda 101. Also, that's not a historian, man. That's not a historian.
He does this on multiple occasions. Cutting this quote means cutting my argument. The evidence is part of my argument. I am quoting an expert's conclusion from their research on the topic. Said expert does not agree with Metatron, which is possibly why he chose to cut the quote and try to disparage Roderick Stackelberg by calling him, quote, not a historian. Not once, but twice. This is unambiguous. He doesn't believe Roderick
No, the video's quiet. It's okay, we're gonna make it louder.
Stackelberg is a historian, or wants you to believe he isn't one. Roderick Stackelberg was a professor of history for 26 years at Gonzaga University in Washington. His
That makes
favorite
him
expression
my
was one
story.
by Paul Goodman, which read, "The repressed and excluded are always right in their rebellion because they stand for our future wholeness." He authored several books on Nazi Germany. He also authored the Routledge Companion to Nazi Germany. Routledge is an academic publishing house that publishes academic journals and books.
Thank you very
The
much.
book I quoted was on my curriculum in a graduate-level course on the ideology of Nazism and fascism that I took during my undergraduate degree because I knew I was going to go for a graduate degree in history. Roderick Stackelberg was a historian. Roderick Stackelberg was a good historian. Don't slander his memory. The thesis of Metatron's video is that the Nazis were not right-wing, and that Nazism should instead fall under a category called totalitarian dictatorship. That's neither left or right-wing. Here are the words of the expert on the topic, historian Roderick Stackelberg, that Metatron chose to omit from his video. The conventional image of Nazi Germany as a totalitarian monolith in which every aspect of life was totally controlled from the top is misleading in several respects. For one thing, it implies that Nazi rule was maintained solely by coercion rather than, as was more generally the case, by popular consensus. The three dots indicate that I'm skipping later to the text here. It should be remembered that much that took place in Nazi Germany was not distinctively Nazi. Most importantly, perhaps, the monolith model fails to take into account the persistence of conflict and differences within and between government, party, and societal institutions, despite their hierarchical command structures. Quoting him again from the introduction. In my interpretation, Nazism is unambiguously a movement of the right, the conservative end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Perhaps now it makes sense why I would cut this and try to discredit the expert. Metatron loves to bandy about the term strawman, calling any sort of assertion about his politics, born out of an analysis, a strawman. Essentially, if I allege anything about his position that he
Yeah. Well, Metatron is trying to argue that the Nazis were not right-wing?
hasn't said literally and word for word, to him it is a strawman, even if he actually agrees that it's an accurate representation of his positions.
So already it's a strawman. However, there are some academics that do nonsense like this, so I'm actually gonna do that now, because you're wrong.
What?
Regardless. Even though it wasn't my original point, I'll agree with this fictitious version of myself that you created.
What?
I mean, clearly it's not so fictitious, is it? In the video, I criticize his tendency to pander to his audience's preconceived notions. In light of that, Metatron throws shade on a supposed subset of academia in a very interesting way.
Good historians don't do that, so we can agree with that, but activists who use their degrees to push their agenda? Oh, they will. Not that
Who? What the fuck? What the fuck is an activist that uses their degree to push an agenda? What's the agenda?
I need to. Anyone watching this knows this already, but I'm happy to prove this with empirical data anytime.
What?
There's apparently a bunch of activists in academia spreading falsehoods about history, and Metatron doesn't have to prove this because you already know it's true. This is pandering to
Of course it's true. Of course.
your preconceived notions. It's anti-intellectual in a simple sense, but it's also anti-history in a way, because it lays the groundwork for the idea that maybe we shouldn't trust these professors if what they're saying clashes with our preconceived notions about history. He was saying, be careful about trusting those
Activists are bad. An activist. True. That is a good point.
historians just because they have degrees, because you know what some of them are up to. You assert things as, quote, just the facts and reason your way towards why these so-called facts you're presenting are true, without relying on much evidence produced by trained historians.
I have
I mean, that is how I guess most conspiracy theorists work and populists. Most of the arguments that I've had under the Nawrocki video were like this.
team behind my production. One is a trained historian, former archaeologist, 2 years of experience digging in Syria. One is a published author. One is an anthropologist with a postdoctoral degree. One is an Egyptologist PhD. I can continue. Also considering that I've shown their names, qualifications, and faces on screen multiple times, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't care about the truth, nor does he care about evidence. He's gonna say they don't exist.
No, I'm not going to say they don't exist, and please, I want you to continue until the point where you mention the expert on the history of Nazi Germany, because that's what I'm talking about in my video. I didn't see you cite them or their work in your video, so I assume that if you have an expert on this topic on retainer, you didn't utilize them, because utilizing their work and not citing them would be plagiarism, a form of academic misconduct, as we both know. It's all well and good that you have expert friends, I do too, it's nice, but it's rarely relevant to my videos, and if it was, I would cite their work. I don't know if the archaeologist who dug in Syria for 2 years is the best person to be consulting on whether or not Nazi Germany is left or right wing, so I don't see how relevant it is to bring this up.
True.
Also, published author could mean literally anything. It could be Shadiversity. In the beginning of the video, I outlined some of the fundamentals of how history is written and understood by quoting the historians who do the work on this, and from whom I learned. I do this because me and Metatron have differing views on the fundamentals of history as a field. I believe my view is correct and that his is incorrect. I have to outline how history works at an academic level in order to explain my position, and hopefully educate some of the viewers. Metatron was thoroughly uninterested in listening to this, but
Okay, I actually want to know what Freda's opinion on what history is. I have my own special view on what history is.
completely fine with making judgments about what I was saying without actually hearing it. The study and understanding of the field of history itself is referred to as historiography. It's something you have to go through first at an undergraduate level, then you have to go through it again at a graduate level because it's so important. I know this because I did this. I understand history not to be apolitical, and I understand it to be rife with the subjectivities of its authors. I explained this in the video and cited the arguments of experts. Metatron portrays this understanding of history as absurd and cuts the arguments of the experts. Here's how Metatron portrays me after I explain the inherent impossibility of truly objective history writing without any form of subjectivity, bias, or impact on the history writing.
I mean, authors have their own biases and they will seep in, of course. We're all human.
Political climate. To close off this point about history being a conduit between the past and the present, let me quote American historian Hasok Chan.
Yeah, let's not, considering the fact that he's going to use now a very long and boring quotation to try and refute an argument that isn't mine.
Here's a quote by E.H. Carr from his book What is History? Quote,
Hold it there, Professor. Rather than listening to the quote, boring you to death. Alright, so now he's attacking the concept of objective truth in relation to history. If at any point you had any doubt that this was anything
I mean, history is not a hard science, of course. It's very difficult to be speaking of objective truth in regards to history outside of just creating a list of events. And even that is not always 100% bulletproof.
propaganda channel. Welcome to Reality Check.
I already read the quote from E.H. Carr's book in my past video, the one that Metatron cut out. In this video, I want to read what Sir Richard J. Evans, expert on Nazi Germany, had to say about the book. What is History played a central role in the historiographical revolution in Britain in the 1960s. As an undergraduate, I devoured its witty and cogent attacks on the kind of history I had been taught at school, dominated by high politics and diplomacy, bereft of theory, and entirely innocent of any consciousness that it might be serving some kind of ideological or political purpose. Metatron's history writing, such as it is either bereft of any consciousness that it might be serving some kind of ideological or political purpose, or he is conscious of it and hides the fact. Quote, For the
What is this about? I know this Metatron guy, he has a language channel. Freda is challenging Metatron on their understanding of history. That is how I understand what is going on.
historian, what is history is important for many reasons. Above all, it makes clear again and again that whether we like it or not, there is always a subjective element in historical writing, for historians are individuals, people of their time, with views and assumptions about the world that they cannot eliminate from their writing and research.
That is true. You cannot refute that. You just cannot refute that. It is impossible to claim that is not true.
if they can hope to restrain them, subordinate them to the
Like, of course, of course you cannot get rid of subjectivity in historical writing. That this is the most basic thing in the world, I feel like.
abilities of the material with which they are working, and enable readers to study their work critically by making these views and assumptions explicit. It is in this respect that Carr has been most influential, and his views most widely accepted by historians, and for this reason more than any, that his work will endure. Metatron does not make his views and assumptions explicit so that viewers may study his work critically. He obfuscates them behind a veneer of complete objectivity and political centrism, whereas historians have widely
Like, for example, you know my views, you know my politics, you know where I stand when it comes to things. So of course you will know what kind of bias I will have when discussing history. Well, you get rid of subjectivity if you're a subject, I suppose so. You can get rid of subjectivity if you're a subject. Like, of course you'll know what kind of bias I will have. In some cases, the bias of the authors is so blatant that the work becomes almost unreadable, actually.
accepted E.H. Carr's ideas, as Evans said, Metatron rejects these fundamentals of how history is understood.
Now, to try and strengthen this absurdity that he has just mentioned, he's gonna read a quote to, as always, pretend to be...
And also, when you read Polish books from the era of the Polish People's Republic, you also have to take into consideration that the books went through censorship, and you have to read between the lines and be able to interpret what is being said. That's also a tricky read. History books from before 1989, which I do have quite a few of those as well. They're not worthless, but you have to read them with a very critical eye. You have to read them with a very specific approach to get value out of them.
smarter than you, as he does. Freda is not used to use the sources to make his
He has zero bias on any topic. Many people are saying this, that's true.
own contributions to the historical field as any advanced academic does. He's used to repeat what someone else says, as undergraduates do. Moreover, this is the best example of Dunning-Kruger effect. He knows a little, overestimates his knowledge and competence, but that's enough for him to think he's better than anyone else. I mean, look at this.
What does he even mean by this? Let me just add that I'm laughing here because he said he was going to math his way to figuring out if the Nazis were left or right wing, which I found so intensely stupid it made me laugh. Of course, he cut out the thing I'm laughing at. Metatron criticized me for reading quotes to, and I quote, pretend to be smarter than you. He also criticized me for not doing my own primary source research, even if it's a topic that generations of historians have already researched and written on. I do actually do primary source research when it's necessary. Primary source is something you are analyzing to construct your own understanding of the source. Metatron says I'm not used to doing primary source research. Never mind the fact that I've done archival research on several occasions and utilized primary sources in past videos, I do primary source research in the very video he is responding to. And he should know this because he includes it in his own video. When Metatron cited Friedrich Pollock, I read the text, analyzed it, and found that Metatron lied about what Pollock was saying. I used Pollock's work, which ostensibly presents as a secondary source, to analyze what Pollock was trying to say vis-a-vis what Metatron was claiming he was saying, and to evaluate its usefulness as a source. I relied on no analysis but my own. This is primary source research. There's a profound irony to all this. I read the words of experts because I am well aware of my limitations, that I cannot be an expert in every field. Even so, I do work with primary sources, but I also couch all of that work in the work of the experts. No historian is perfect. No historian is an expert on every field. No historian is equipped to do primary research on every single topic. This is why historians rely on and cite other historians as well. This is why history as a field builds upon itself gradually, so that the work of past historians lives in the work of current historians. Every quote high-level academic, as Metatron calls them, that does primary source research does not do so in isolation from the work of other historians, but in relation to it. They read what others have done on the topic and fit their work into this. When you are looking to answer a question such as, are Nazis left or right wing, you would look at how past historians have approached the topic first, justify why your research is necessary and why you can't just rely on theirs, and introduce your own research and conclusions. Metatron chose instead to sidestep all other academic work on the question which he sought to answer. When I brought up academic work on the topic, he chose to omit it from his video and insult my intelligence for doing so. In fact, as this is a response to a video where I criticized him for not citing sources, he had ample opportunity to produce said sources in the response video. He chose not to and had the gall to claim this.
All we do on this channel is use the sources.
In fact, later in the video, he makes a claim that all I do is add, quote, ideologically driven facts that clearly clash with documented evidence upon close inspection. Yet in his pre-prepared response to me where he makes this claim, he never presented any documented evidence that clashes with any of my claims about history. In fact, he didn't present any sources at all. Surely the person suffering from Dunning-Kruger must be the one convinced of their own infallibility and perfect objectivity, who thinks so highly of themselves they believe they're capable of standing above the experts on topics they have absolutely no experience in dealing with.
A word an actual historian would use. Oh my gosh, what a sanctimonious narcissist.
Him calling me a narcissist is pretty rich from a guy who spends approximately 4% of his video laughing at his own jokes and sells a plushie in his own likeness to his viewers. 4% might not sound like much, but it's all I did to me when editing. Laughing at his own jokes and sells a plushie in his
Oh my gosh.
own likeness to his viewers. 4% might not sound like much, but it certainly did to me when editing.
Freda wants you to believe that if you don't use a particular term, your entire argument is invalid, as stupid as that sounds. Do you see how weak of a line of argumentation this is once you actually look at it? And pardon me if I
His language videos are also kinda ass. Oh. Maybe I should do more language content.
indulge, but this type of argument is not what a real historian would use.
Yes, that would be a pretty weak line of argumentation. Luckily it's not mine, it's his. He made it up. Metatron approaches the issue of whether Nazi Germany was left or right-wing in a very strange way for someone working with history, and describes an issue with the question itself, that being presentism, but uses different wording and a different approach to explain this than what I would expect from a trained historian. I say that presentism is a term an actual historian would use. Metatron misconstrues this to mean my entire line of argumentation is that he uses the wrong term, therefore he isn't a historian. As opposed to Metatron, I watched his entire video before I started recording and editing my own response. When a video is uploaded to YouTube, I've done all the research I'm going to do for that video. Meaning, when I make this point, I obviously also know the things that appear later in the video, even if Metatron doesn't, because he hasn't seen it yet. Me saying he's not a real historian is not based purely on his unconventional vocabulary. It's based on an assessment on his method and approach to history. Look at the sources for the video I critiqued. Look at his stated disdain for my use of secondary sources written by experts in the field. Look at how he disparages an expert whose work counters his argument. And look at how he throws shade at academia, implying there's activists lurking in there pushing some secret
my
agenda.
God.
Look at how he completely
That
rejects
is such a classic argument that there are activists that have just infiltrated academia and push their left-wing, usually, agenda.
the historiographical developments in the field of history since the 1960s, and frames me communicating them as an assault on truth and a propaganda effort. These are some of the key reasons I don't consider Metatron a historian. To me, what makes someone a historian is not their degree, level of academic achievement, and so on. Anyone can be a historian. I've cited non-academic historians before. All that matters, at least to me, is that you abide by certain best practices and standards. If you practice history writing
I guess I'm a historian then. Listen, if What About His can title himself a historian, then so can I. What about the activists that infiltrated my economics department and brainwashed me into capitalism?
a historian would, I would call you a historian. However, if I, for example, see no sources cited or sources approached in a horribly haphazard or irresponsible way, I would not call you a historian. Having a degree is not necessary, but the process of getting that degree trains you in these best practices. Therefore, it can be an advantage, but it's not a necessity and it doesn't have to be an advantage. The reason I prefer to cite academic historians over non-academic ones is that academics most often publish their work through academic publishers, which means their work is peer-reviewed, which essentially means other experts have evaluated their work.
Yeah, put the TPOSA activists infiltrating colleges and pushing their sick agenda on youth is okay, I guess.
Whenever I or Metatron approach a primary source, our work is not peer-reviewed in the way an expert secondary source would be. Our work is inherently less trustworthy as a result, because it hasn't undergone any sort of formal review. Metatron doesn't want you to know this. And his supposed team, which is probably more likely his friends, don't qualify as a form of peer review.
Also notice this, I'm clearly intellectually honest. For him, he has never made a video to debunk someone on the left. Does that sound like unbiased academic neutrality to you?
Never is quite a strong word, especially considering you show one of my thumbnails featuring two literal left-wing ministers of government, both from the 2021 to 2025 Jonas Gahr Støre government. One is a member of the Labour Party, the other is a member of the Agrarian Party. In the video, I criticized them for their academic misconduct. The video is cited above like everything else. Shadiversity makes an argument that indicates I didn't give him his proper day in court, since I criticize history creators and I kind of didn't talk much about his history videos. At the end of my video, I said I couldn't talk as much about history as I wanted to. He took this to be about him, saying I should have just looked into his history videos. But it was actually about the larger structure of my video. Even on the Metatron section, where I mostly critique Metatron's video on Nazi Germany, I felt as if Metatron wasn't talking enough about history for me to engage properly. After all, Metatron cited only a single source, and it was
Shadiversity does history? No way.
Primary source from 1941, before the war was even over. That being said, I think Shadiversity is right. In a video about history creators, I should have talked more about Shad's history, and I will do so in this video. First, let's listen to his criticism. I said most of Shad's output is on his non-history channel called Night's Watch. Here's what Shad said. However, the majority of his output, in terms of quantity at least, is on a channel called Night's Watch, started in 2020.
That's actually incorrect. I'm making more videos on Shadiversity than Night's Watch, and it would have only taken the most cursory glance to confirm that. On Night's Watch, I'm making one video a week, or even sometimes one video every 2 weeks. Now, my output was, more later on, but if he's making a video that is critiquing me currently, it might be worth actually doing some current research. And think about this. If Freda is so lazy to not even confirm some of the most glance currently, it might be worth...
Superman is great and awful. Fantastic fail. I heard that both Fantastic Four is good and Superman is good, so whatever.
Actually doing some current research. And think about this. If Freda is so lazy to not...
Did you know that Musk watches What About His? Kind of creeps me out. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, I know. I saw Elon Musk praise What About His on Twitter.
Even confirm some of the most basic, simple facts. Where it literally just takes, looking at the current YouTube content of the person that you are defaming. If you can't even be that bothered to do such minimal research, how reliable do you really think he is on anything else he says?
His argument here is actually so compelling that when I was first watching this, he actually almost gaslit me into thinking I had made a mistake. Of course, I did do this research, and I did confirm these basic simple facts. The reason I almost believed him is that in this video, he cut off the total number of videos on Night's Watch. Later, when he's not trying to make this point that I'm wrong about the quantity of his output and lazy for not doing my research, he does show the Night's Watch video count. I think the former instance was done deliberately. My scientist girlfriend helped me by collating the data, then she plotted a graph illustrating my point. This whole thing is very silly, but I hope I'm illustrating the differences between how I approach these things and how these guys do it. If you consult the graph, from August 2024 to August 20th, 2025, the day this data was collated, he's producing more videos on Shadiversity. This is the slice that Shadiversity wants us to look at, and he claims that looking at more than this makes me lazy. My argument was that the majority of his output in terms of quantity is on Night's Watch, not specifically between August 2024 and August 2025. If you expand your scope beyond just this narrow slice, things start to look a lot different. We factored in shorts, live streams, and videos, and placed them in our own category so as to keep everything as transparent and clear as possible. Because we're comparing output between two channels, it's important the time frame is the same on both. So we measured from the first upload on Night's Watch, which was January 13th, 2021, to the date of writing this, which was August 20th. Comparing the numbers, there is a 24.32% higher output on Night's Watch than Shadiversity if you're counting full videos, excluding shorts and live streams, but including members-only videos as well, which I think is fair. It is part of his output. If you count everything, including live streams, shorts, and all videos, Night's Watch still has an 18.32% higher output. So no, I was not being lazy, I just wasn't selecting for a particular time frame that paints Shadiversity in the best possible light, instead choosing the time frame that minimizes selection bias, that being beginning to end. Speaking of selection bias, Shadiversity alleges I cherry-picked reviews that disliked his book, and called me dishonest for not showing the Amazon review score.
You wrote a book? Shadiversity wrote a book? What's it about? Oh my god.
An ad. 2, I don't think the Amazon review score really says...
You didn't know? I did not know.
That much about the content of the book, because virtually every book gets 4.5
Shadow of the Conqueror.
stars. Twilight, The Communist Manifesto, What is History, which I've cited many times before, all have 4.5 stars. They have wildly different content that different people will find objectionable, but the rating is the same. In fact, when searching for high-profile controversial books, the highest rated book I could find was actually The Essential Speeches of Hitler at 5 stars. I don't think these common ratings say anything about the contents.
I mean, the Essential Speeches of Hitler are a historical source. So I'm not even surprised that it would have a high rating. It doesn't mean you like the speeches. It just means that they're a valuable historical source.
Of any of these books beyond the fact
Absolutely unhinged story about a narcissistic isekai that rapes women and stuff like Jesus Christ.
that for all of them, many people were compelled to rate the book highly for one reason or another. The reason I looked at Goodreads is that I've
But yeah, I think President Someday might have read some of his book on stream. Of course, he's portrayed as the good guy.
therefore written reviews before, and it's worked for me. Goodreads happens to have the lowest rating for his book, but again, I didn't care about the ratings or make a point of it, as he himself said. I selected reviews which Shad called cherry picking, because there are too many reviews to read them all. I specifically tried to select for longer reviews that said they were fans of Shad on YouTube, as indicated by 2 of the 3 reviews I read being long reviews that explicitly said they were fans of Shad on YouTube. The 3rd review I included because it was funny and it worked as a summary of what was said in the other 2 reviews. Shad wanted me to read 1 bad review and 1 great review. I instead chose to read 2 reviews that seemed very genuine and not astroturfed or brigaded, and 1 review that I found funny. In this video, Metatron accuses me of, quote, poisoning the well, when I cite my old video detailing the exact same method Metatron is using to mislead his audience. That video was on a YouTube history creator who at the time was a member of a fascist party. I talked more about this method in my previous video, whereby it was used by a literal out-and-about Nazi.
Oh no.
And here it is. I was actually surprised they still hadn't come to that. Here is the mental manipulation. Let's look at this closely. I talk about objective reality and facts. Then he says that so do the actual Nazi. What is the conclusion he wants you to draw then? Metatron says X, Nazis say X, Metatron is a Nazi.
Metatron uses this to argue that I have called him a Nazi in order to poison the well. I didn't do that, and Metatron is being very silly, very dishonest, and very tendentious. Let's say my video was about assessing whether or not Metatron is a Nazi. I would present evidence for and against, and then in the conclusion I would make my assessment, where the overwhelming evidence shows he is not a Nazi. Now imagine if Metatron then chose to only show one single bit where I said Nazis drink water and Metatron drinks water, but chose not to show the bit at the end where I say Metatron clearly doesn't like Hitler. You would come out thinking I just called him a Nazi, right? You don't have to imagine this part, because that is exactly what he did. Here is what I said in my video. I think Metatron isn't a very big fan of Hitler, and is understandably also not a fan of his politics and his views being associated with Hitler. He knows I explicitly tell viewers of my video that he's not a Nazi, but he still chose to keep this part in the video that he made, where he tells his viewers that I'm trying to do mental manipulation. He says I engage in 2 logical fallacies, one which is guilt by association. I didn't, of course. I cited my past video for the method being used. It's not my fault the person is a Nazi. The other supposed fallacy I will allow him to explain himself.
2 logical fallacies at once, and it's been extremely disingenuous and dishonest. First of all, framing language. He's using emotionally loaded terms, aka Nazis.
I'm not quite sure what he wants from me here. Does he want me to not call the person who openly praises Hitler a Nazi? It feels as if he's just gone down a list of logical fallacies and is trying to figure out which ones he can use against me. He accuses me of poisoning the well by equating him with the Nazis, which I did not do.
You're gonna have to feed
Here's how
Fido
this
soon.
intellectual titan and guardian of truth and honesty decides to portray me.
On his X account we read, Marx had some ideas, with a picture of a gulag in the background. We are all his enemies anyways, so he has plenty of choice. Just telling it how it is, facts over feelings, more like gulag over Stalin. Make
What?
no mistake, Freda is a propaganda channel.
Jesus.
He even puts on dramatic music for these sections where he's portraying me as a Stalinist villain, and then calls me the propagandist. It's incredibly funny. I have no particular love for Stalin, nor have I expressed anything of the sort, but that obviously doesn't matter to him. To arrive at this conclusion, he uses my Twitter bio that says Marx had some ideas. I think he did, which is why he's influential in the field of history and sociology. He uses my header, which is an insanely funny shot from the 2014 movie Muppets Most Wanted, where Kermit the Frog's identical twin is in a Soviet gulag. A Muppets movie. Spooky. He uses something called ProLwiki as an authoritative source for my politics. He very clearly is making the implication that I incite violence towards liberals, as he positions his own avatar in this position when he speaks, and he has chosen to position my avatar there now, alongside these words, which are obviously not mine. There is simply no other reasonable way to interpret this than as him considering this an honest portrayal of my beliefs. I would very strongly encourage him to remove this portion of the video. Again, these are not my words, and I don't think Metatron understands the gravity of what he's doing here. Of course, at the same time as he's doing all this, Metatron makes the following point.
I swear, this thing you do when you put words into people's mouths they have never said and then try to ridicule and attack them for those words you fabricated, you do it so much that it has just become second nature to you. It's muscle memory at this point with this guy.
In fact, in a video on 3 different creators, in a section of the introduction where I'm not addressing Metatron specifically, he does this. And for some reason, the end result of this development almost always looks like an hour-long video essay about why women don't belong in video games.
After a charged statement like this, what he should be doing, if he was intellectually honest, is producing a clip to substantiate the claim, where I say this, but he can't do it.
Note that despite including my statement, he shows a different statement which I did not make. Then, to refute that, he shows evidence of his statements on women in history, which I was not talking about. The absence of evidence does not mean the non-existence of it, but when he chose to refute this straw man, he did not produce evidence that he does believe women belong in the video game sphere. He didn't even have to address this point as it wasn't directed at him. He chose to do so and couldn't defend himself. I don't think this clip needs much introduction or context. Shadiversity provides everything you need to know.
I objected to Games Workshop trying to exclude people from their hobby, and it's mostly people that lean more right, and usually they do that by vilifying those type of people, saying that those are intolerant bigots that don't belong in our spaces. Because he latches onto the fact that I talk about Arch, formerly Arch Warhammer, and the disingenuous point that he takes.
People call everyone Nazis for nothing. 2 minutes later, this guy is a communist Stalinist gulag enjoyer, says the letters. True. True.
Just to get to
Just
is
like
that
me.
Arch is basically a Nazi in his mind.
I also am a gulag enjoyer.
And therefore, it was justified in excluding him from the Warhammer community. And Shad is bad because he is defending what equates to as equivalent to Nazis.
I think that's pretty bad, yeah.
And he also slanders my audience as all being Nazis as well.
Shad is offended by this, or at the very least pretends to be in order to appeal to his Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans. As you might have heard in the very clip he showed here, I didn't actually say that. Maybe it's a misunderstanding, but given the totality of the evidence that I have seen in making this video, which you're going to see as you keep watching, I don't think it was a misunderstanding. What I said here is that Shadiversity has Nazi or Nazi-adjacent fans, and that these fans like it when he defends the Nazi YouTuber. I did not say that all his fans are Nazis. That would be fucking insane, stupid, and very easy to disprove. He's kind of stuck in this Gamergate era of YouTube content where everyone would throw around terms like this willy-nilly. And a good way to shore up support among your right-wing audience was always to have your opponent call you and all your viewers Nazis. I didn't do that, but it's a classic Gamergate-era content trope, so we had to find a way to get that in there. What I did do is call Arch Warhammer a Nazi, and what Shadiversity did do was defend Arch Warhammer. As you'll see, he will double down on this. Unfortunately, there will be more discussion of Gamergate stuff later in this video.
Arch is not a Nazi. He has spoken out against totalitarianism, communism, and Nazism multiple times, but he does share edgy jokes, and he likes edgy humors. He thinks they're funny. But that is easily enough to qualify him as a complete Nazi, and therefore justified in being discriminated
As opposed to an incomplete Nazi?
against. People like Freda are perfectly in favor of discrimination and bigotry, so long as their targets are evil enough. And if they're not evil enough, they will just slander and inflate and take out of context to turn them into villains to justify that type of bigotry.
So, after this long and
I've been called a bigot in the comments of my Nawrocki video, and one of the viewers who left a comment said that I'm supposed to be tolerant, but I throw away my tolerance when it's, I don't know, criticizing people for having a different opinion.
passionate speech defending Arch Warhammer, here's the basis for me calling Arch Warhammer a Nazi. On the 29th of May 2020, Arch Warhammer said socialists are not people. In 2019, on the 24th of November, Arch Warhammer disparages the indigenous population of Norway and says, quote, "It used to be legal to shoot them." To which one of his
It's the biggest. True.
Handpicked moderators responds, quote, time for a field exercise with live ammo. And then Art
Jesus.
says, quote, in the 20s and 40s we were so close to solving the problem.
Oh my god.
It doesn't take a genius to understand what he's referencing when he talks about the period from the 20s, the rise of fascism in Europe, to the 40s, the fall of fascism in Europe. He's saying fascism is the, quote, solution to this population. Side note, the slur that Lindy Beige continues to insist he's entitled to saying is also directed at the Sami.
Arch Warhammer. Maybe. God does hate yellow people. Unpopular opinion, but the Chinese deserved it. I mean, the locusts do seem to be setting a pattern. Bright side of life. Yeah. At least I know why the black chick in Jedi was so ungodly ugly. LMAO, damn, Arch. If it were an honest mistake, they wouldn't double down on it. She was trans! Is Chad a fan of pumpkin soup? I love pumpkin soup. And it's actually very healthy as well. So yeah. Pumpkin soup is actually tasty as well as healthy. So I'm a fan. I'm not in the chat, but I am a fan. Actually.
Who are the indigenous population of Norway, the country I and Art are from. On the 9th of January 2020, Art said, quote, real fascism leads to a utopian state where every member is both spiritually and physically fulfilled, whilst leaving in as much luxury as the state can possibly afford.
What? Wow. Okay. I ate it a couple of times, but it didn't blow me away, honestly. I mean, just because something's tasty doesn't mean that it has to blow you away. Some things are just tasty. Some things are like... I've been blown away by many dishes in Vietnam, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna not eat things that are simply tasty. You know? Theoretically, I like squashes, but the texture is often unenjoyable. I like pumpkin pie and pumpkin seed, though. I like pumpkin soup when it has a nice creamy texture. Real fascism leads to a utopia state where every member is both spiritually and physically fulfilled whilst living in as much luxury as the state can possibly afford. Oh my god, I have to... This one needs a... I want to screenshot this for someone. I wanna get a screenshot of this statement because this is amazing.
Showing that the true intolerant bigots in this equation are actually people like Fredda.
In 2020, Lore Master of Sotek, a Warhammer-focused creator, spoke out against Art Warhammer's behavior and his community. About his moderators, the creator said this.
I don't know how many moderators he has, because I couldn't read them without getting sick. But he has a moderator who very strongly supports the creation and consumption of child porn.
What?
And defends it on a very regular basis, so...
Holy crap, really? Okay. I'm so tired of hearing morons describe their perfect world. True.
I'm assuming Arch is totally okay with that, since every creator has to handpick their mods on Discord, so, way to really be the champion of the people there, Arch. Great job. Dipshit.
The moderator in question is the one which called for the murder of Norway's indigenous population.
Oh.
This is just the tip of the iceberg with Art Warhammer. A far more moderate and seemingly centrist YouTuber in the Warhammer community...
I did not even know half of this stuff about Art Warhammer.
Named Major Kill made a video about Art Warhammer. In it, he theorizes that the Warhammer community at large has for the most part rejected Art and his beliefs. Major Kill's video starts off far more charitable than my commentary does, but by the end of the video, he doesn't exactly portray Arch in a very good light.
In all honesty, I went into this video thinking Arch was just an unfunny, try-hard edgelord shit stirrer.
And I think he puts on a fake British accent as well. I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed Fido. He puts on a fake British accent. Arch Warhammer. I'll be right back. Hey, they fed him. They fed him food. They gave him food. Hello, fake Alec Carl Parker. You're just in time. We're watching the video. And I just fed Fido. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Who some people just labeled as a Nazi because that's an easy thing to do to people you don't agree with these days. But after deep diving into what he has done...
Arch Warhammer, what a crazy guy. What a crazy dude.
It's clear that in the sacred words of Wheels, Arch Warhammer is indeed a dickhead.
Is Arch Warhammer even still a thing? Is he still doing videos? Is he still popular? Is he still... I don't know. Oh, Anastasia. Okay, that's enough. Oh. I actually have not even checked what Asmongold had to say about the shooting. Final Fantasy VII will be an easy game even if you could only use items, to be quite honest. Oh. I guess we're gonna take a look at this later.
What is this?
Two crazy people talking. Always good content. It's just Arch. GW made him drop the Warhammer part of his name. Oh, really? A Games Workshop made him... Okay. No way. How do I find him then? You really? Is this him? Oh my god, they really did. They really made him drop Warhammer. Good. Good, good. I'm happy about this.
God.
I'm actually happy about this development. Wait, didn't he used to show his face in his videos?
Greetings and salutations, friend.
Greetings! Greetings! Yeah, they threatened to sue him, I think. I mean, that's legitimate. That is very legitimate, I think. Greetings! A fake accent, God.
And we'll come back to more Warhammer Fantasy lore.
Lore. Welcome to more fantasy lore. Oh, God.
Where today we are going to talk about were creatures.
Were creatures. Maybe I should talk like this on my stream. What do you think? Would my streams be more appealing to you if I talk like this on streams? Moving forward, we're going to be talking about beasts of the old world. Wereboars, were-rats, werewolves, and more. Would you like that? Would you like that? Of course, he was saying Nazi stuff for having Warhammer in the name. Is this guy desperately trying to sound like Carl Gunn? Yes. Don't make you play Darktide with me. I can do it. I can do it. Sounds annoying. It does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I know it sounds annoying.
Not, incidentally, to be mistaken for skin wolves, which we have covered before.
I cannot. I'm done. I cannot with the shitty accent.
Diversity says I just call people who I disagree with Nazis. I don't feel like I do, and in this
Turn this off.
Yeah. At least I did not do that. What I did was accuse Shadiversity of coming to the defense of Art Warhammer. Shadiversity, if you do not want someone to accuse you of coming to the defense of a Nazi, do not come to the defense of a Nazi. It's that simple. Speaking of Nazism, when responding to Metatron's analysis of Nazism, I make the point that racism is not inherently right-wing or left-wing, but that racism is more prevalent on the right. Here's how Metatron decided.
I cannot believe that he thinks that this whole shtick is appealing to people. This whole shitty accent thing. God. Greetings!
Counter that statement. I believe he's saying this defensively, because he himself knows that racism is more prevalent on the right.
Not if you count anti-white sentiment.
Again, I specifically said I don't believe Metatron is a Nazi in the video. That being said, giving a wink-wink nudge-nudge that the white race is under attack from socialists isn't a great look. Metatron uses Marx's rebuttal to Bruno Bauer's essay titled The Jewish Question to argue that Marx, a man born to a Jewish family, is anti-Semitic. I make the argument that Marx is perhaps less racist than the average German for the time, to which Metatron says,
he just did the very thing that he has been accusing us of doing for this entire video. He used his own reasoning without any evidence to back it up to make a statement about people in history. Checkmate.
The evidence is in the book that's on screen, which you claim to have read, where Marx rejects Bruno Bauer's antisemitism. I speculate that Metatron either did not read the book or did not understand it. Metatron actually cut out the latter part and framed it as me confidently asserting that he hasn't read it, where I very much kept open the possibility that he has read it but just didn't understand it. The only other possibility is that he's lying about its contents, and I chose not to make that accusation. He responds the following way. He claims to have read On the Jewish Question, but probably hasn't.
Hey, do you have a citation for that? Any evidence for that statement, mister? I need to prove everything, I'm super historian. Course I read it, we read it in high school, for crying out loud.
I'll be charitable and say this is possible, I guess.
I will say I just checked my channel thing, and I will say that the engagement on the channel is getting better, actually, and the views are getting better, so I think we're on the right track with growth, maybe. We'll see. I'll try to make some tweaks to the format of the stream itself, and maybe we'll get this thing somewhere.
Was a high school teacher, but I'm not absolutely sure, so I won't say that for certain. And I think he might live in the US.
Is it because of watching Redacted? He thinks? No. We've been we started getting bigger numbers before watching Redacted. Actually, it all started with Asmongold, with the Asmongold video that got a lot of hate, but...
And all kinds of crazy stuff has been going on with politicized control over US curriculums in the past years.
Like, I watched Asmongold, I received a lot of hate, and then I guess Dylan Burns saw that I watched Asmongold and even mentioned me in his video about it.
I'm disappointed it doesn't provide any proof that this is on the high school curriculums, not only because he just demanded a citation from me about whether or not he's read the text, but also because I'm genuinely interested in how something that obscure ended up on the high school curriculum. Back to Shadiversity. The reason I think that Shad misrepresenting what I was saying shouldn't be considered a simple misunderstanding, and instead something done intentionally, is made pretty clear by the following section. For some reason, Shad is also obsessed with AI. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all him coming to the defense of AI and...
No, I also criticize AI in a lot of instances.
Note how I'm getting cut off mid-sentence. I say, he defends AI, and that's it. Let's continue.
If we go to Night's Watch and just type in AI and have a look here, why is this AI slop flooding YouTube? The AI girlfriends will destroy humanity. The Google AI chatbot should be destroyed. How to prevent the AI apocalypse. There are legitimate concerns regarding AI that I have been very vocal on and warning about for ages. I really like AI art generative tools, but all AI, that's a...
But high school has Marx in its curriculum. I think you might do brief summary of Marx. If you're going to a historical class, you're probably gonna touch upon Marx a bit.
Different discussion, isn't it?
Like it depends. Some, like if you go to a high school with, and you're in a class that you choose to have focus on history, then you might have actually some Marx, I think.
I've defended AI generative tools, but not in the way that he presents here.
Let's see what he cut out. If you've seen his Twitter, you'll know that it's pretty much all
that is true.
All him coming to the defense of AI as, quote, tool-assisted art or something like that. He cut off the part where I make it very clear I'm just talking about AI art, so that he's able to cite his criticism of other applications of AI in his defense. I portrayed his views accurately, but he's so desperate in trying to portray me as a liar, he resorts to this sort of stuff. I know it was done with intent and not an accidental early pause and misunderstanding, because he pre-watched this part as indicated by him introducing my argument before showing it.
But in actual fact, my views on AI art are far more nuanced than what he's presenting. Let's hear what he says.
And then later continuing his video after the bit he cut out. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. Tool-assisted art or something like that.
Yes, we'll go through Marx, but more as some sort of short synthesis, not book by him being an assignment. And no, that will not happen. You will not get a Marx book as an assignment. No.
That. I don't really have a dog in this race, beyond the fact that I think AI art looks like dog shit. Even
usually in history class, you don't really get extra books as assignments. You go through the history books that are part of the curriculum and you discuss the history. It doesn't happen much that you get some extra books to read in full as assignments in history class, even if your class specializes in history.
And there, it's very clear I'm exclusively talking about AI art. This is several minutes of his video where he deliberately and falsely claims I'm misrepresenting him. When making my initial video, I intended to talk about Shadiversity's relationship to the wider Hemasphere on YouTube, because I saw indications that a lot of people don't seem to like him. I chose not to, because I couldn't find anything too reliable to show as evidence for this. However, on the back of what you just saw, I should show that Shadiversity has a track record of, and tendency for deliberately cutting people in such a way that he can misrepresent them.
And yes, I have seen Shadiversity's response video to me. I think Shad misunderstood the point of my video, and that led him to make a premise for his video based on that misunderstanding. So today, we're gonna clear some things up. So at the beginning of Shad's video, he says that the sword community has been attacked by me, which makes me feel like he doesn't feel like I'm in the sword community.
This is Sellsword Arts. Shadiversity presented their video as an attack on the sword community, in a similar vein to how mine was framed as an attack on truth. The core of the presenter's point is that if you do not practice the art of swordsmanship, you should not present yourself as an authority on the art of swordsmanship. I think this is a perfectly fair statement. In a similar vein, I would say someone like Metatron or Shadiversity should not be...
I sure hope this person is not a right-winger lunatic, because I've seen some of their videos and they felt legit. Kinda wish there was less books to read at Polish classes and maybe introduce some at history classes. There are so many short books that would fit great, like, yeah, that's true. That could be pretty interesting.
Present themselves as
at least that could be introduced in history-oriented classes, I think.
Authorities on history without an understanding of or practicing the methodologies of history.
The purpose of my original video was to help educate my followers on the difference between content that's made purely for fantasy and fun and content that's made to help educate them on the way the sword is actually used.
Like reading a lot of extra books really helped me in high school when it comes to history.
Some of my videos were clipped in such a way that it loses necessary context, which reflects poorly on my character in such a way that I feel the need to defend myself.
Shad misrepresented Sellsword Arts. Sellsword Arts received all kinds of hateful and bigoted comments after Shadiversity made his response video. Here's an example where Metatron does something very similar.
Fancy Philip August from the Twitch chat says, in my elementary school history classes, I assign all of capital as punishment, but only to my cishet white male able-bodied Christian students because of the CRT trans ideology. True. That is true.
Now, he says we're going to evaluate whether these regimes lean left or right based on those criteria, but first he constructs a new category called totalitarian dictatorship.
I'm sorry, what? A new category? They are totalitarian dictatorships. Are you gonna...
Yeah, but totalitarian dictatorships do fall to the right or to the left. They're not outside of those categories.
Argue that they were not. How is it a new category?
With Shadiversity, I think it was clear he was being malicious. With Metatron, however, I think it's possible he just did this because he's kind of dumb. He's going to call this an ad hominem attack and criticize me for it. But he should be able to take it, considering the amount of times he made similar comments and then followed up with 8 seconds of laughing at his own joke. When I say he, quote, constructs a new category, he misunderstands me to have said invents a new term, and belittles me for not knowing that people have been using the term totalitarian dictatorship before. What I'm saying is that this is a new category with new criteria compared to his other previously defined criteria for evaluating Nazi Germany's politics, as indicated by the fact that I said exactly that. And in fact, I will argue that Nazi Germany was not a, quote, totalitarian dictatorship, just as the historian Roderick Stackelberg argued in the quote that Metatron cut out. And if Nazi Germany, the society that...
Nazi Germany was a real mess when it comes to the power structure of it, but I don't think we're gonna get into it now.
Word totalitarianism evokes.
But it was a mess. It was not... Hitler was not the absolute ruler that many people assume he was.
Does not fit the bill, I will go as far as to argue that the term is functionally useless. Here's another more pointed critique of the term itself from historian Enzo Traverso. Quote, of course, no reasonable observer could deny that both Nazism and Stalinism implemented murderous policies, but their internal logic was deeply different, and this incongruity put into question a concept like totalitarianism, which is focused exclusively on their similarities. This explains the skepticism of many historians, from those of the Munich Institute for Zeitgeschichte, who tried to analyze the German society behind the monolithic facade of the Nazi regime, to the most recent biographers of Hitler and almost all historians of the Holocaust.
Yeah, that's fair. That is a fair criticism. So the Holocaust was an evil team effort? Yeah.
Continuing. The pillar of the totalitarian model of scholarship remains ideology. It offers a purely negative definition. Totalitarianism as anti-liberalism. This is the only way to gather fascism and communism into a single category. This is more or less exactly what I said in my past video. This isn't history, this is ideology. It can be useful in that sense, but it's not that useful to historians. He spends about 2 minutes on this bit, where he proves it's a term because he thinks I thought he invented it. He refers to it as a working definition used by historians, and he proves that it's being used by showing a Google book search, where almost every single result is either from the US State Department or US Congress at the beginning of the Cold War. I'm not making this up. The reason all these search results are from the immediate aftermath of World War II and the beginning of the Cold War, and the reason they're all from organs of the state of the United States, is because this is right around the time when the term takes on a new meaning and begins to decline in use worldwide, except for in the Anglo-American world, and it begins to take on an apologetic function. Quote, in the name of the struggle against totalitarianism, the free world supported violent military dictatorships in both Asia, from South Korea to Indonesia and Vietnam, and Latin America, from Guatemala to Chile. The brutality of the dictatorships that the West supported in the superpower contest against the Soviet Union is undeniable. This was contextualized in the West as anti-totalitarianism. I'm pointing out how this is an ideological term that is more useful to the foreign policy of the United States than it is to a historian. you can see how virtually all of Metatron's results are from the State Department. Metatron's defense is that this is a working definition and not a category, but the thesis of his video is that we should not categorize the Nazis as either left or right, but instead under totalitarianism. I think it was fair to say.
That is nonsensical. Not right, not left. Totalitarianism, that is nonsense.
Constructing a category, a new one at that, considering the criteria he put forth are criteria of his own creation, and not those of any scholars of the term totalitarianism. Because, of course, if he had used them, he would have cited them, right? Beyond that, the definition is so broad as to encompass virtually every nation on Earth. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees.
Alright, let me get this straight. Every nation...
Not every nation, here's what I literally just said. Most states engage in aspects of these things to varying degrees. I just don't think it's fair to portray me as saying the nation of Tuvalu fulfills all these criteria. Anyways.
Alright, let me get this straight. Every nation has militarism with resources directed to domestic population. Every nation has authoritarianism and dictatorial rule. Every nation has repression of freedom of speech. Well, probably fewer in charge, I guess. Systematic elimination of political opposition by violence. Are you out of your mind?
On December 4th, 1969, the civil rights activist and communist, in other words, the political enemy of the United States, Fred Hampton was murdered in his bed by the Chicago Police Department as part of a systematic government effort to target political enemies called COINTELPRO. This is all documented through evidence obtained from the FBI in court, from the 1976 Church Committee, and as a result of the investigation into the Watergate scandal. You know, the one where the President of the United States was illegally wiretapping his political enemies. The 7th Circuit Court of Appeals in 1979 concluded that, quote, there was serious evidence to support the conclusion that the FBI, Hanrahan, and his men, who were representing the state government, in planning and executing the raid, had participated in a conspiracy designed to subvert and eliminate the Black Panther Party and its members. The court found there to be substantial evidence that these defendants also participated in a post-raid conspiracy to cover up evidence regarding the raid, to conceal the true character of their pre-raid and raid activities. By the way, the socialist Martin Luther King Jr. was targeted by the same program, though I should mention that in the case of his assassination, concrete evidence of the FBI's involvement has not been produced.
Listening comprehension is definitely a skill. What are you saying? What are you trying to say about me?
On May 4th, 1970, the Ohio National Guard fired into a crowd of students at Kent State University who were protesting the Vietnam War, killing 4 and wounding 9. You can produce a very long list of similar incidents of state violence and repression from virtually any country on Earth.
The Metatron guy, oh.
On the issue of repression of freedom of speech, Mahmoud Khalil is a Palestinian student activist who has been a vocal critic of the government. He has a permanent US residency. Despite this, he was abducted from his New York apartment by federal immigration agents without a warrant and was for some reason transferred to Louisiana without notifying lawyers or his wife. Khalil spent more than 3 months as a political prisoner before his eventual conditional release. I think Metatron is possibly just ignorant to how many horrible things have happened in history in seemingly normal and democratic societies. On the point about dictatorship, I mean, yes, not every country on Earth right now is a dictatorship, but we're discussing 3 countries that no longer exist, that being Fascist Italy, Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union. So in theory, it would not be out of line for me to say that every country has had some form of non-democratic governance at some point in the past. I don't know what definition of dictatorship...
Yeah, I just saw what you sent me, and I'm like, what the fuck? We're gonna do a city segment on it. What?
Ship Metatron is operating on, he doesn't say. He also doesn't really explain, quote, militarism with resources directed to domestic
I don't know
population.
what to say.
I'm taking it to maybe be a convoluted way of saying conquest of natural resources which are then directed to the aggressor country's population, which is a very common theme in history. In fact, I would argue that almost every country on Earth has done this at one point in time. However, I could be misunderstanding him. I don't really understand what he's trying to say there. I'm putting this part in here just because I think it's funny.
A typical mentality of an entitled 20-year-old who once again thinks he's better than you because he could afford an education.
Yep, definitely 20 years old. Trying to belittle someone because of their age is so weird though. Also, I'm not entitled. I am forever thankful that I was able to afford the $0 it cost me to get my education, because former communist turned social democrat Einar Gerhardsen and his government decided the state should finance education in this country.
Uh-oh.
Doing one more part because it's funny, sorry. I call his channel largely low-effort React slop.
On a video that he made, which is a React video to me. The lack of self-awareness is unbelievable.
By the way, that harsh cut, that's not on me. He kind of messed up the edit a little bit. Here's what I said. Now it seems to largely be low-effort React content. And I mean lower effort than mine. I at least write a script.
I will check all the stories that you sent me, actually.
Self-deprecating joke, Metatron. The footage I'm using...
I'll actually check all the free stories that you've sent me.
is from your own
You
video.
told me to check the RFK Jr. one and the one from before that you sent me. We're gonna cover them.
Differently from him, I couldn't put a sponsor on this video because of the controversial nature of this engagement, even though I'm just defending myself while he lied about me and was financially rewarded for it. But there is one thing I can do, and that is sponsoring myself.
Something about this seems somewhat iffy to me. I had a sponsor on my video. What makes my video criticizing these guys less controversial than their video attacking me in return? Maybe it could have been the part where he portrays me as wanting to shoot every liberal. Sponsors usually set out guidelines for what you can and can't do for your video. I've discussed the Holocaust in past videos, and sponsors have been completely fine with it as my content was educational, not denialist, and squarely anchored in the sources. In fact, in the previous video, I also mentioned the Holocaust. If it is like Metatron says, that his video was too controversial for a sponsorship, then I can't really figure out why that would be. I think it's more likely that he just didn't have a sponsorship offer on this one. I don't always have an offer ready for every video either. It's perfectly fine to admit that a sponsor didn't reach out to you. And the fact that one did isn't a mark of status. We're all just trying to make ends meet. Speaking of making ends meet, Metatron says and does something very stupid. He says that Nazi Germany looks like capitalism, but is actually socialism.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
I double down on that, and also, you know what is capitalism and not socialism? Grab all that capitalist money.
Metatron makes the argument that being a worker who gets paid
Yeah,
for their work
Metatron
is,
is.
quote, not
It seems like Metatron is not a very good content creator.
socialism. I'm a worker. Capitalists own the platform I make content on. They pay me back a cut of the profit that I generate for them. Every worker
The concept of having a plush toy of yourself, it does feel a bit weird.
in the world lives under similar conditions. They do not own the factories, the call centers, and the shops they work in. My income and therefore my survival is predicated on my labor, not on me owning something. It's kind of rich of the guy who's selling a product, plushies of a grown man, to ridicule the working class for accepting the money of capitalists, a position the working class is forced into. The world where the working class is not forced into this position, that is socialism. Stalin posited socialism in one country. Metatron bravely develops this position into socialism in one person. This isn't even the stupidest thing he does in this section. The really bad part is here.
I should probably have a little talk with, by the way, with whom I will never work ever, considering they just financially rewarded someone with thousands of dollars for a video where he associated me with the Nazis, publicly.
Metatron is openly stating his intent to cause financial damages by contacting sponsors and telling them I did something which I demonstrably did not do. Shadiversity frequently bandied about the term defamation, and Metatron used the term slander. These are legal terms. Quoting Cornell Law School, to prove defamation, a plaintiff must show 4 things: a false statement purporting to be facts, publication or communication of that statement to a third person, fault amounting to at least negligence, and damages. I'm not indicating that I'm going to take any sort of action over a stupid YouTube video, but I'm trying to show you how dumb what he's doing here is. I have to mention one last thing about Metatron, and it's his conception of politics. On the topic of politics in video games, I brought up the thoughts of Final Fantasy Tactics script, scenario writer, and editor about the politics in his game, in which he describes a game about, quote, a young man who fought tirelessly against the entrenched social class system. Metatron responds by saying,
Irrelevant. This is a false equivalence. The kind of politics that is injected today is left versus right. The kind of politics that you just read here is up versus down. Up.
What the fuck? What? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I cannot with this. I have to listen to this again. The kind of politics that is injected into games now is left versus right. But this is not left versus right. This is up versus down. Oh. Fuck me. Listen, Final Fantasy Tactics is a really good game. I'm probably gonna buy the remaster when on Premiere. I'm pretty sure the socialism is just capitalism, but with none of the bad parts. This guy clearly hasn't read my favorite guy who responds to Marx while working for McKinsey and Company.
Versus down. The kind of politics.
What the fuck?
The kind of politics that is injected.
I can feel my synapses cringe and scream in agony. Impressive.
Today is left versus right. Is a false equivalence.
Metatron responds by saying,
Irrelevant. This is a false equivalence.
Oh my
the
god.
kind of politics that is injected today is left versus right. The kind of politics that you just read here is up versus down. Up versus down unites. Left versus right divides.
What Metatron is describing here
What the fuck is this fortune cookie slogan? What the up versus down, unite. Left versus right. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Okay, friend. Oh my. It's not left versus right, it's up versus down. LMAO, what a dunce. What the fuck is up meant to ideologically represent? Metatron, are you on something? Versus down. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my gosh. That is the funniest. Oh god. I was bored watching this up until now, but now I'm awake. Now I'm wide awake. Oh my gosh. I was getting a bit bored, but now. I gotta remember this little slogan. Up versus down, unite. Left versus right, divide. I'll remember that. I'll remember that and I'll quote it. Okay, in the future. To the random 3PO. To the left, take it back. Now you're to stumps, saying bump, bump, 3 stumps, this bump, bump. Listen, left versus up versus down unites, left versus right divides.
Here as up-down is what's called class struggle. The struggle between the lower class to better its position and the upper class to maintain its position. Discussing the history of the left-right dichotomy from its origins in France and the ways it evolved in France, the author Marcel Gauchet points out a very interesting historic phenomenon which you may recognize in how Metatron talks about politics here. Quote, "Note, by the way, that we have here in this discussion of extremism the key to the asymmetry in the attitudes of right and left towards the existence of the right-left division. Clearly the division was promoted by the left, while the right, which had little use for it, tended to deny its existence or refuse to acknowledge it. This is because the left in general, even the moderate left, sees division as a driving force and hope for a future of concord, whereas the right sees it as damaging, artificial, and a distraction from the essential, which is the quest for unity and harmony."
Yeah, of course.
Left views conflict over interests as inevitable in a so-called unequal society, particularly class conflict, and wishes to push these conflicts to the forefront where they have to be reconciled in order to pursue an eventual concord on the other side of the conflict. The right, which stands largely for the maintenance of the status quo, has no interest in even acknowledging this sort of conflict, because it can lead to change. Shadiversity says I should have been looking at the channel Shadiversity more because that's where he's producing the most content. Going forward, it certainly seems to be the case, but I can only look backward at the evidence he has produced so far. Speaking of not being able to travel into the future, these are the history videos Shadiversity says I should have been aware of had I only, quote, fact-checked myself.
Where if you wanted to find recent content of me talking about, history, I wonder where he could have gone to find that. And me talking about, history.
Yeah, I want to see.
Where if you wanted to find
this anime did it.
Recent content of me talking about, history, I wonder where he could have gone to find that. And doesn't know. He doesn't know where to look, guys. If you want to go on, 9 days ago, looking at the valid historical swordsmanship in this game trailer, we go into some elements of history in our reaction to the concept of giant swords, reacting to the great unsubscribe guys. Great exclusive video talking about how the katana has been perceived throughout its history and why some of the misinformations, have arisen. That's an exclusive video. How would a knight change a katana based on their historical perspective and how they viewed swords and what design elements they valued in swords? And look at that, the spear bow 3 weeks ago.
The oldest video Shadiversity points out was released on July 5th, 2025. The astute observer may notice a significant challenge to me watching this video before I released my own. It didn't exist at that time. My video was released on June 29th, 2025, before any of the videos Shadiversity talks about were made. The date that a video was released on is publicly available information on YouTube. Shadiversity specifically pointed out those videos which were uploaded after my critique of the 3 creators' approach to history. Nonetheless, as I agree I did not adequately represent Shadiversity's approach to history, I will attempt to specifically use the video Shadiversity himself highlighted as representative of his approach to history. Hopefully this alleviates his concerns with me cherry-picking whenever I select for things to highlight. In my original video, I identified a tendency among these history creators to reason themselves towards what probably happened in history, based on their experience in reenactment and the knowledge they have accrued over the course of their YouTube careers. Here is what I said. They sometimes use primary source materials as a jumping off point, but from then on begin to rationalize how, quote, things worked back then based on their own personal experience. It's all argumentation and deduction based on what they believe, their preconceived notions, and their experiences. Here's what Shadiversity says at the 1 minute and 23 second mark in his video on the spear bow.
And it would be a functional weapon. My takeaway in that video is that this has potential to work. The interesting thing about speculation like that is that even in the modern day, if we come across something that actually has some logical validity to it, like there's functionality to this speculation, if it works, it is very likely that someone probably tried this in the past.
My thesis in the original video is that this is a problematic approach to history. There is only one way to say with any certainty whatsoever that someone of the past probably did a thing, and that is to have evidence pointing to the fact that they did. The fact that your experience shows that a spear bow could work as a practical weapon only indicates that it is possible that it could have occurred, not that it is probable that someone did use it as one. Now, Shad has some evidence, but prior to this, he did not. My critique is of his method. What happens when he makes a similar rationalization but no evidence supporting his claim is discovered? The problem with these sorts of assertions about the past is that you cannot in any way, shape, or form control for the innumerable factors working upon one another in the past. Here's the full and total extent to which Shadiversity works with sources in this video.
I'm sorry, he just looks so silly in that getup. Looks like a Halloween costume.
So it turns out that this is a Viking weapon, or a weapon of that period, and Lars found references of this weapon in some museum journals, it seems like, and then he actually tracked this thing down and confirmed that, no, there are bows, remnants of bows, that have spear heads attached to the top. They were absolutely...
It looks like the older brother who dressed up as a vampire from one.
Real. And then he also goes to the history and where he researched it. Great video.
Around the 17-minute mark, he begins to theorize why the spear bow wasn't more readily adopted because his tests show that it was surprisingly effective. It's the same method I described in my initial video. I don't think I misrepresented how these guys approach history. In his video on Knight's Path's animations, he doesn't mention a single source. He just asserts representations of swordfighting as correct or incorrect representations of historical swordfighting. If he had not himself specifically said that this was a history video that I should have checked out, I would have had no problem with it, because it just seems like he's discussing physicality and movement, not history. He mentions they go into some history in their React video about giant swords. They do the same thing where they assert things as more or less similar to historical swords, but show no sources. He does pull out his sword though, and that's fun. Their props, authentic as they may be, aren't sources in and of themselves. If they represent a historic object, point to the object and sources discussing the object, where you learned about the object. The video about how a knight would change a katana is fine, I guess, but it has the same issue as the others. There's no connection to the research of history, the field itself. Shad's co-host asserts what makes a katana, but it doesn't point to where he learned what actually makes a katana. He's obviously not lying to you here, but he's also not really working with history. Shadiversity introduces the concept of the video, which is not to
Hello, Greater End.
utilize or discuss historical sources, but to
discuss what might more logically change or remain the same.
To be clear, there's nothing inherently wrong with doing this. I'm just saying, don't frame it as history. This isn't at all dangerous or problematic when it's something as low stakes as what makes a katana, but I pointed to a specific issue with creators like these that I believe stems from their method. After a while, you might get very comfortable just asserting things without pointing to any evidence. You begin to reason and argue yourself towards answers that should be illuminated by sources. This is what Lindy Beige did in his video about the T-34, where he reasoned himself towards answers based on what he was experiencing in the moment, seeing with his own eyes. What Metatron did when he didn't utilize sources to contextualize Nazi politics, and what Shadiversity does on his channels. History, as E.H. Carr said, quote, is a continuous process of interaction between the historian and his facts, an unending dialogue between the present and the past. A fact does not become a fact of history by pure assertion alone. In history, it needs some connection to the past, a source, which is contextualized and analyzed by a historian, and turned into a fact of history. There's one last video that Shadiversity pointed to, which seems to be the one that relates most to history. Unfortunately, it's paywalled. I don't necessarily think it's reasonable to expect me to pay to access evidence for his rebuttal.
I'm okay. I decided not to go to my brother's house with my parents. We're all meeting up for fantasy football, drafting, or... Wow, okay. Interesting. that your family's so into football?
For Lindy Beige, he doesn't really care about this individual giving him any attention, and justifiably so. So I'll speak a little bit about Lindy Beige after I address the attacks against me.
That is incorrect. Lindy Beige cared enough to write a little essay in my comments, which we'll look at in a moment. Lindy Beige made his response on July 7, 2025, sometime around 4 to 5 PM UK time. That's 23 days before Shadiversity released this video. YouTube truncates a listed date to 1 month when it's over 1 month ago, but less than 2 months ago. But I made a tweet about the comment the same day, and that is accurately timestamped. Being that Shadiversity had 23 days to learn about this response, it's reasonable to assume that he was either completely ignorant of its existence or is being misleading. This may seem like a nitpick, but it's important, because Shadiversity goes on to say,
and what Fredhead does to try and vilify Lloyd is truly despicable. It's despicable as what he did to me and Metatron, and digging up old things that he can't even confirm if Lloyd even holds those opinions, and then hyper-focusing and the things without proper context, when Lloyd is the type of person who is willing to talk about nearly anything. Is that type of intellectual person.
What he's referring to here is me showing, citing, and quoting Lindy Beige's essays from his own website, which Shadiversity leaves out of his video. In my video, I said that I cannot confirm that Lindy Beige still holds these beliefs and that the essays are not timestamped, but that he has issued no retractions or corrections. I think it's better to evaluate someone's character based on evidence instead of lack of evidence. As such, I leave open the possibility for Lindy Beige to say, I no longer believe those things, I was wrong.
Look, I remember when Lindy Beige said people only believe in climate change to fuck women and that left and right are the same. Okay, I see. How are you doing? Really okay. I think we can have a nice Sunday stream. I've slept a bit. I feel pretty okay right now. I'm feeling pretty okay. I got a message on Facebook. I'm getting spammed on Facebook. Oh. He will talk about anything except when lefty ideas are concerned, then he screams and poops his pants.
My key focuses was Lindy Beige's insistence on the right to refer to the Sami, Norway's indigenous minority, by an ethnic slur. Coincidentally, this is the same indigenous minority that Art Warhammer and his moderators were talking about murdering. Shadiversity seems to imply that Lindy Beige may no longer hold those beliefs, so I'm possibly sloppily misrepresenting Lindy Beige's character. Things he says and believes are kind of indistinguishable from what that one slightly racist old guy...
So right near the beginning, he tries to imply that Lloyd is definitely slightly racist, guys. So we're already dealing with incredible bad faith approach.
In the comment Lindy Beige made, he offered no retractions and doubled down on his right to use the ethnic slur because it's just his language. Bear in mind, of course, that it isn't his language, it's not an English word, it's a word used by English speakers, but the word was picked up by English speakers from Scandinavians. It very much is a Scandinavian word, and how it was invented very much does matter. I don't think it's unfair to call him at least a little bit racist because of his belittling response to the Sami, just wanting you to call them by their name instead of a slur.
What word?
But it could just be that he's so stubborn that any correction on what would usually be their name is racist, and how it picked up isn't.
Bad faith approach.
Poland frequently called, Polish people frequently called the USSR either Muscows or Russia.
In the comment...
Turns out being a middle-aged white British man turns you into a child.
Lindy Beige made, he offered no retractions and doubled down on his right.
Oh, I want to see this comment.
Approach. In the comment, Lindy...
The degree to which you have misunderstood things that I have said and written is so great, I wonder how deliberate it is. I suppose I could respond in detail if you want, but perhaps it isn't what you want. I'll give you a few examples though. I talk entertainingly enough, it seems, by the reactions I get from most about T-34's shoddy construction, and I praise how the Russians, I'll get back to that, didn't waste effort making their tanks look pretty by singing up the laughable aspects of the tank. I then add power and interest to the contradiction that I know is to come. My use of bodged is quite deliberate. Bodgers did useful work. The word refers to men who worked with unseasoned timber. Huh. They made things quickly that needed to be made. Their work was not pretty, but it did the job and lasted long enough. I do not say that the budget solution is a bad one. You made that up in your head. You come across as looking for things to object to, and if you are doing this, then of course you will always be able to find fault. T-34s are appearing in Ukraine in action today, but that does not make them good tanks. Oh, T-34s. It's just a market of desperation. The Lapsami issue referred specifically to an English speaker. The issue is what the world in my language should be. The West used Russia to mean the Soviet Empire. The Soviet Empire acted as a single nation state in terms of its foreign policy, so if Russia decided to do X, then that's what the Soviets did. Yet Soviets in a lot of those contexts would be technically more correct, but I was speaking British. Airfix kits and ranges of toy soldiers were typically called Russians and not Soviet, and still are today. It is the language of most of my audience. Used one legal definition of genocide for a very point-scoring criticism. I mean, there's actually only one legal definition of genocide in use, but okay. There's a difference between murder and attempted murder. In common parlance, genocide is an attempt to wipe out all of another group of people. I mean, genocide is a very specific term, and you should use it very specifically, okay? If you claim to be a serious interlocutor, then you should not just use it as commonly used. You may have a point, but it is so quibbling that I feel that I shouldn't have bothered. Lindy Page believes that a woman should be in the home and not the workplace. You must have read my essay because of what you then go on to say. You must know, therefore, that your quote is straightforwardly untrue. Anyway, thank you for your attention, and I shall vigorously defend your right to criticize me.
Beige made, he offered no retractions and doubled down on his right to use the ethnic slur because it's just his language. Bear in mind, of course, that it isn't his language, it's not an English word, it's a word used by English speakers, but the word was picked up by English speakers from Scandinavians. It very much is a Scandinavian word, and how it was invented very much does matter. I don't think it's unfair to call him at least a little bit racist because of his belittling response to the Sami, just wanting you to call them by their name instead of a slur. But it could just be that he's so stubborn that any correction on what would usually be a minor mistake has him linking arms with racists. Because the whole reason he wrote this essay was that a Swedish person politely pointed out that he was using a slur instead of the actual term for this people.
Right.
Actually, all he had to do was say, sorry, my bad, and nobody would bat an eye. He also does mention that I was just using one legal definition of genocide for a quote, point-scoring criticism. Of course, the definition I used was the UN definition, referring it to as one of many definitions is delusional.
Basically, the only legal definition that matters is the UN one.
The only reason I brought up genocide was that when I showed all of Lindebeige's essays, I had to address the content of this one, because Lindebeige decided to title it, quote, What Holocaust, ? So I had to preemptively defend...
What?
him against aspersions that he may be a Holocaust denier. In so doing, I had to read the essay, and when doing so, I decided to make it a teachable moment, as Lindebeige makes a common mistake when it comes to what constitutes a genocide, when he refers to the Holocaust as, quote, attempted genocide.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. Okay. Attempted genocide. Oh my god. The illiterate write essays.
There's no such thing as an attempted genocide, as there is no percentage quantity of a people that must be destroyed before something is a completed genocide, so to say.
What the fuck?
You can watch the old video where I explain more. In this video,
there is not. I'm starting to like Freda, but there is no explanation needed. The Genocide Convention, the UN Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, clearly states that the definition of genocide is the attempt to destroy a group in whole or in part. Attempted genocide. My jaw dropped. It literally dropped. I'm not joking. I'm not surprised. Attempted genocide. Fuck me. As opposed to a non-attempted one. Like Contraband 100 says. I think the person was trying to make a point that the Germans attempted a genocide, but have not succeeded at actually committing it, which... Fuck me. There are way too many Holocaust deniers, especially on Twitter. Like, there was some post on that that in replies, it was a swarm of Nazis.
On the spirit.
I mean, Twitter is now a Nazi-infested site, so that does not exactly surprise me in the slightest.
Shadiversity cited a YouTube creator called Lars Andersen 23. That creator also made a short 1 minute and 23 second video on the origins of the Viking Age, where Lars illustrates...
I cannot believe that anybody would call the Holocaust an attempted genocide.
That he understands how history is written.
The Danes were already raiding.
Yeah, that's not how genocide works. It's like you need 100% completion, then there are no genocides. Yeah, that is exactly why the UN Convention states in whole or in part.
Way before 793. So why suddenly does the Viking Age begin in 793? In this small Danish book from 1873, Vosso invents the idea of the Viking Age, a heroic story to lift a broken nation. Few have read the book, but everyone believes the story. His earliest source said Danes attacked England in 780, but today we know the Danes attacked even earlier, centuries even. Later historians pointed to a raid in 793, but overlooked the fact that warriors had been sailing out of the north for centuries. So the Viking Age, it didn't begin with a raid, it began with a book.
Lars says the Viking Age began in 1873 because the term was coined in a book written for nationalistic reasons. History is not apolitical. I don't know if this is sufficient evidence to assert that this specifically is where the term the Viking Age originated. I'm not an expert on that topic, and it very well may be the case that Lars is getting a little ahead of himself here. But regardless of these possibilities, he demonstrates an understanding for what history actually is. The most formative book I read in my undergraduate studies was Landscape of History by John Lewis Gaddis, which I've mentioned before. The book wasn't on the curriculum. I bought the book myself because I wanted to better understand what history was as a field, and how it was written. The book cites other authors which I've cited, like E.H. Carr and his work What is History? This book is what led me to understand the issues of objectivity in history. It led me to understand that history is a narrative representation of the past.
Yeah, of course. Of course it's a narrative representation of the past. Otherwise it's just a list of events. You cannot have history without the narrativization part, and the narrativization part will be colored by the bias of the author. That is undisputable fact.
History is not a series of crystallized, unchanging facts, but something that is ever-changing and constantly being revised as we understand more about the past. It led me to understand
because there are many aspects, many moving parts, many actors in history, motivations, perspectives. Of course.
History is not apolitical, as people like Metatron portray it. When I talked about these fundamental aspects of history writing, Metatron rejected my sources
And of course, history is intimately tied to politics.
accused me of attacking truth and objectivity. He called me a biased propagandist who spreads left-wing or communistic propaganda. I am a propagandist. I make so-called debunking videos to draw in a wider audience because these videos get more views. I manipulate these people into watching my videos thinking they're just drama slop. I then trick them into listening to how history is actually written and how it is actually understood by academics. I also point out how creators out there are weaponizing lies about history and how it is written in order to push a right-wing agenda that can be harmful to you, the viewer. I do this because history isn't apolitical. I do this because if they're going to weaponize history, I should provide you with a means to defend yourself against it. I do this because I believe that the people who dedicate their lives to the writing of history don't just do so because it's cool or interesting. They do so because they believe that arming people with knowledge will lead to a better world. Metatron portrayed me as
I agree with that.
as a highly biased Stalinist. On the basis of this, I should point out that John Lewis Gaddis, who opened my eyes to all of this, the fundamental nature of history as a field, is an American right-winger who supported the Iraq War. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Check out
War Thunder. Well, that was interesting. That was an interesting video. Vouch. The dark money drama situation is getting very bad. What is the dark money situation? I don't... What dark money? I don't... I haven't clicked on it, don't worry. It's ruined now. Right-wing losers are attacking One Piece for woke casting. Look at this. I'm pretty... It's, Oh yeah, you're watching Food Shops. Wait, you don't know? I don't know what. The dark money drama situation? I'm not super familiar with it, no. Are you? Are you familiar? The most damage possible in Symphony of the Night.
What's the most damage possible in Symphony of the Night? Turns out the answer is actually really simple. The Muramasa is a sword which gets stronger the more blood heals you have. So after around 1,000,000 blood heals, we can get a boost of 999 attack, which is the maximum possible attack stat the game allows. Our best target is the Stone Rose, as it's the only enemy in the game weak to the Muramasa. So by landing a max damage critical hit for a boost of ×2 damage, we can deal a grand total of 3,996 damage.
What?
The highest damage possible in Symphony of the Night.
Holy crap.
Well, that was a well-spent 13 hours. What's the most damage possible in Symphony of the Night? Turns out the answer is actually really...
He is in fact not... He's not in fact interested in this. You know everything about it. Okay, let's watch Food Shops. Let us watch Food Shops, I guess.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Hello, buddy.
Hi, what's up?
Hi, what's up, buddy number 2? Hello, buddy number 1. We're watching two buddies talk. Let's see the comments. Drama cake.
Yo, wait, is it true that Queeman has ever been doxxed? Like, by you specifically?
Absolutely, it's true. I dox Queeman. I'm a serial doxer, and I'm a piece of shit of a person in general. What kind of an answer do you expect? Okay, let's see what Destiny says.
I think so. I don't remember. The problem is nobody cares about any of these people. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, it's not like anything can happen to these people. Like, they don't have real jobs. They don't have any money. They don't have anything to their name. So.
Oh.
All right.
I heard something said. People keep repeating this stupid fucking argument of like, oh, Destiny should have just given whoever money and blah, blah, blah. Just to be clear, we had those talks initially a little bit. But remember, the only response that Pixie ever gave to
Okay,
me,
nobody offered me any money, okay? So those talks have never happened. Nobody ever offered me money. So I will say that is not true.
was, I'm afraid that any amount I ask for is going to be too high. Although she deleted that message after she initiated her lawsuit against me, by the way, which is spoliation, which is totally not okay. But after she refused to like even name a number, kind of, the only numbers that she was naming interpersonally was $1 million, which I'm sorry, that's fucking retarded. The max statutory payout that she would never get is 150K.
Right? Oh yeah,
150. Okay, that's the max. All right. Number one. Number two, when she made a demand letter with a law firm finally, the request was $15 million. So no, I haven't given a figure yet, but if I was going to pay anything to her, which there was an amount that I would have paid, it was less than 100K, easily. And it still would have been way more than she deserved and way more than anybody could have reasonably expected in that situation. So the problem is like a lot of these guys are kids on the internet with no concept of like money or what something is worth or whatever else. But this idea that you can be like literally a no name with no internet career and nothing to like whatever, some random loser on the internet like Pixie, and like if a nude gets leaked, you think you're entitled to $250,000? That's fucking delusional. I'm sorry, but way worse stuff gets leaked about people all the time, and that's just not the case.
I think that Destiny is in a little bit hotter water now than this. The Pixie stuff is old news now. The new thing is texting with minors. Well, I just wanted far loan sales, but we can get Sexwest ranting about getting caught with his pants down to a pedo. Yeah. What is far loan sales?
Hey, what is this in reference to? Like which part of my
I saw you were reading some part of some log earlier where the Doobie insurance company owner dipshit was like, somebody was crying about like, oh, he should have given Pixie 300K, but 300K, dude, that's like a Ferrari. That's like a small, like what? That's a small house's worth of money. I'm sorry, you're fucking retarded if you think that in any world that's a reasonable payout. That's so fucking stupid.
What a desperate situation in which Destiny discusses this with food shops of all people. Random 3PO says the way it tends to work, according to my dad, who works in the field, is that you typically haggle with settlements. They ask for more than they'll get, and you offer less than you'll have to pay by a lot. I mean, that is how negotiations start usually. I think. I trust your dad. I just bought it on Steam for you.
Stupid. Okay.
Oh, you could play it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just got into this section. I haven't really seen much of it yet. But
okay.
Yeah.
I was hanging out in the background. Don't mind me.
Okay,
hold on, wait. Let me share my screen again.
Let me go to Steam.
Wait,
people buy you games?
Remember to turn on the audio.
Well, yeah, I have an audience of people that donate and subscribe and or
to privately go through
buy me
therapy.
games.
That's typical select.
That is how you are when you actually have an audience of people that don't just ask you if you got misgendered that day.
Playbook.
What a weird sentence. It might be a weird sentence, but it's also true. It is also a true sentence. Actually, it's a pretty small game. Let's install it now. Accept. My dad is a different kind of lawyer in civil law, so it's the same thing, but obviously still a lot of difference, so like grain of salt. I mean, yeah. No lawyer is an expert of every aspect of law.
Pixie wasn't even specifically asking for money. She just wanted to feel like he understood how bad he harmed her. Wow. Wow, there's a bunch of people here who share this opinion. That's crazy.
Oh, there'll be.
Remember when the drama was fun? Dude, is that Counterpoint segment?
What?
Tubi is a person on a Wix server.
Remember when Drawn Sun? Hey, it's
Been good. Counterpoint streamed today, and apparently he covered stuff, but I have no idea if it'd be good or funny or anything.
Wonderful.
I'm kind of reading through this a little silently, right? He shut he
Wait,
shut
I'm
down
so, oh my
combos with
god,
her
I'm so
despite
sorry.
Erudite
Hold on,
begging.
what is that? What are you reading? Link me the, God, I'm gonna get triggered. Link me these stupid fucking logs.
I honestly don't know. I don't know where.
Like, this Doobie guy is legitimately fucking retarded. You know that, like, every single thing he's saying in here is wrong, right? And he shut down convos with her, despite Kyla. Pixie removed me from Discord first, and then she started suicide baiting like a little crybaby. She started suicide baiting everybody.
Crybaby. Wonderful.
What the fuck? I'm not gonna respond to somebody suicide baiting me.
Why is Steven always so angry? It's because he always gets into trouble and always throws accountability into the trash and angrily defends it himself.
After some other guy tries to extort me on my fucking 25 leak jerk videos. No, that's fucking insane. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. Like,
are you?
Like this, like, dude, he's just lying. Every message is wrong. He said it made him feel uncomfortable that she was saying she wanted him to be punished. It made me uncomfortable and she was crying and she was gonna kill herself, that she was gonna fucking neck. If I had to give her $1 million.
Quick reminder that the only reason why any of this got leaked, any of the Destiny sex stuff got leaked, is because Destiny in his infinite wisdom shared his sex material with other people, with random strangers. But okay, whatever. Brilliance of Stephen Balnau II. Imagine if I slept with someone, we produced photos or video, and then I just started flirting with random strangers and shared those with them. Fingers crossed that they don't leak it, I guess. Brilliant.
$1 and then write a note outing me as a rapist after she necked herself. That's insane. That's extortion. Literally, letter of the law. I'm getting baited so hard right now. I'm sorry. I'm getting rage baited. I got rage baited.
I see that Destiny is going the extortion route. Which, by the way, I believe President Sunday warned that it would go this route.
I got rage baited.
You kind of forgot I give you subs, I guess. Yeah, you do. You do give me the Prime subs. Thank you. I am thankful for that. So it is an equivalent of you buying me a $5 game, I suppose.
Did you put something in your snacks or
Him to just talk to her. He blocked her, if I recall.
I got rage baited. That's what happened.
He said it made him feel uncomfortable that she was saying she wanted him to
I got
be
rage baited. It
punished.
happens. Sorry. I got rage baited. He got me. You got me.
That's what I recall. Honestly, if he'd just done that, it would have killed so much of the hate he got.
Oh, you know what's crazy to me is that, like, I think one of the people that went on to I'm sure you've seen the Doobie part, but like there's another person that went on to Wick's panel to talk to Peach and Wick, I think, right? And
Wick's panel.
He was basically saying how the server was getting brigaded by DGG or something, but meanwhile you actually see Elder Drazi, the moderator for Mr. Girl, and you see like Zonia, someone who actually like hates you now, I think, or dislikes you to some degree, like and Doobie in the server as well. Like you see all of these like anti-fans, like
yeah, they're all these little
it's
creepy,
crazy.
weird, fucking. It's insane. Yeah.
I feel like I'm going crazy because like that person who went into Concerntrol, like that person was like, that person was literally like saying, "Oh, I am fighting on the behalf of Wick TV server's woman," and it's like, what are you talking about?
Oh God, all of this is. God, when will the game install? I am so. Oh God. Oh, you know what? Fuck this noise. We're playing a game. Fuck this noise. I cannot. It's done. We're done with this. This sounds so stupid on every single level that I just cannot. I cannot deal with this. I refuse. We're gonna add this to the sound. We're gonna do a game capture. We're gonna play a nice, relaxing game. I'm gonna play this a bit, and then we're gonna do the political topic that fake Alec Kyle Parker has kindly prepared for me today. It's gonna be amazing. Isn't it? Isn't it going to be amazing? I think so. Hey, why is the game not working? Okay, it's working now. Okay. We have to make it smaller for the OBS. Okay, now we've got a... Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready to play. Oh. Do you want to start a new game? All existing save games will remain. Yeah. I've watched a friend play this. God, the food shop's Destiny thing was so bad that let's just jump into this. Let's have... We don't have to be miserable always, okay? We can sometimes be the opposite of miserable. I think I'm pretty sure that the objective of this game is to move forward, basically. That's the objective of this game, just move forward, proceed forward. I'm playing the second one. Oh god, how do I play the first one? What's the title of the first one? I'm gonna start with the first one. Oh, Lone Sails, that's the first one, right? Yeah, I wanna play the first one. I'm pretty sure I've seen my friend play the first one. With the big machine. I was surprised the graphics looked different. Also, if you like what I do, my politics, my convictions, my everything, then consider donating or subscribing, or especially since I'm preparing to go to Ukraine again. You know? I'm prepared for Ukraine. It's almost ready. It's not gonna take long. We're almost ready to play it. 87% installed. 91, 94, 97, 99. Ready to play. Playing it. Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Who is this? Turn it up. Wait, there are letterboxes, I assume. Oh, you can zoom in. Oh, I cannot read the letter. How do I go up? Oh, yeah? Even louder? It's max loudness now. I guess we'll have to take it to the end. Can I drop it in the ship? If I drop it in the ship and I drive with the ship and drive with it inside the ship, does it count as me taking it to the end? Yes, I know you travel in a ship in this game. This ship. Yes, this is our ship. Where's the hook? Okay, where's the hook? Top right? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it. I see the hook. How do I put it on it? Oh, there we go. So I will get an achievement if I get it to... Okay. So we are on the way to get an achievement. Excellent. Excellent. Alright. I assume we're going to have to gather more fuels as we run out. Hey, this game is all about trial and error. I happen to know. Wait, Zocialix talks to Brooks? Zocialix and Brooks talked about what? What article? Sorry. What are you talking about? Sorry? I mean Zocialix Brooks. Zocialix and Brooks are two different people, so... Because you said Zocialix Brooks talked about it. And Zocialix and Brooks are two different people. Oh. Zocialix said that Brooks debunked that article. Which one? Which article? What article? Sorry. What article are you talking about? I'm a little bit confused. I will admit. How do I resume game? Oh, like the Curry's Dark Money stuff people have been buzzing about. Oh, okay, I get it. We are running out of fuel fast. Why can't I move? Did the controller die or something? Uh-huh. What does this team do? Ah, okay. Yeah. Wait, hold on. There's fuel here. How do I stop? How do I stop the thing? We need fuels. Oh, okay. That's the brakes. Them's the brakes. Gonna max the fuel. Wait. This is the brakes, yeah? Okay, yeah. This is a good use of the boost, I think. Oh. Dark money is bad, but there's also nuance. Brooks goes into it. Long rambling details I'm sure you can all imagine. True. I bet Brooks defends it because Brooks receives dark money from progressive victory. That is my theory. Brooks receives dark money from progressive victory. So what happens to the fuel that I don't put on the hooks? What happens to that fuel? What happens to the fuel that I just put on the floor like this? Will it spill and explode? Wait, what do I do with this? So what's the purpose of the hooks then? Stop. I'm gonna hoard, okay? I'm a hoarder. So, technically speaking, you should be able to beat this game in 5 seconds, but with my style of gameplay, we're gonna be here for a while. I guess I'm discovering what the point of the hooks is now. I'm not gonna get that one, I'm afraid. What is this barrel? What does that do? Oh. Well, I'm a fuel hoarder now, so... Oh. Okay, let's go. Some did, some didn't. Some disclose it later. Depends on the creators. Are we talking about progressive victory here? I'm more pissed that they didn't give you money too. I'm too small. Honestly. I'm too small to be approached by anybody for anything. Objectively speaking, I'm just too small. I think something's gonna break at some point and I'm gonna have to repair it, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna have to do repairs. So yeah, just like I'm usually too small for people to want to talk to me. I'm actually surprised that Counterpoints wants to talk to me. Which I will remind you that on Wednesday, I'm gonna be talking to Counterpoints. Are you all excited for my conversation? So I'm so sorry that you have to care about my country's stupid politics. It's okay. You can make it up to me by getting me a raid on Twitch so that I can have any Twitch audience. How does that sound? Is there a way to get into that building? Oh, nice. Can I get into that building? Is there a way for me to get up there? Go forwards. Oh, okay. Let's go. The game knew that I wanted to get here. What is this? I'm taking this home. I have no clue what this is, but I'm willing to bet that we get an achievement for taking it to the end of the game. Sale! Brilliant. Oh, not attachment. Wow. I wanna use this sale. Alright. Oh! I need wind. And I need to be pressing this. Okay. That's fine by me. Ugh. I'm going to debate him actually. I am going to master debate him actually. Because I'm gonna debate him on socialism, so I'm so glad that I don't have to use fuel now. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna read the chat and go to the toilet. Not less, Lucy, it's about up versus down. True. Up versus down unites and left versus right divides. Remember that. They weren't not allowed to speak. Are you going to debate? Yes, I'm going to be. Part of the way it works is that people see they're being paid. They see that the money has strings attached and they assume the strings are there for evil purposes. I mean, that obviously is chills. Hello, by the way. Hello, hello. So I'm gonna go to the toilet now and I'm gonna ask you to invite your friends to this stream. I'm gonna ask you to consider going to the page lucyhaza.org/live. I have to check something for someone. One moment. Oh my god, this is taking so long. I'm gonna be right back. I'm debating starting testosterone. Nice. Maybe you should start. Bushu? Boomy Bushu! What the fuck is happening? I'm having trouble with them. Let me see. I'm checking something. Where's the... person being lambasted? Fuck. I'm being pressured. Okay. Oof. So you wanna start testosterone? Greater range? Okay, that's fair. Then I say try it. Oh, nice. Who is Visora? I think you get a prescription from a doctor. Okay, is the controller not working again? Jesus Christ, what's happening to the controller? Like it just stops working. I hate being broke as well. Being broke is a thing that I dislike as well. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. Oh, how do I fix the fire? Oh. Okay, excellent. Alright. How do I fix the electric? How do I fix the, you know? Later. Wait, I don't need to use fuel. I can just use the sail. You know. Wait, hold on. Something's blocking my way. Can I move it out of the way? Nope. How you doing, bro? I'm not your bro, okay? I'm a trans woman. But thank you. Aku. I'm doing well. Dr. Jones came out as not a man because Dr. Jones does not know what being a guy is like. Exo factum ergo factum. Dr. Jones came out as being not a guy. That is what I take from this. Bushu. Also, Fido is harassing me. How are you doing, ma'am? Oh, now that's better. Thank you, Akku. Now that's far better. Okay, I'm doing well. Now I'm doing very well. Now that you've been so nice to ask me how you're doing, ma'am. I'm doing very well now. There's nice males in the audience. I used to want to transition to a guy when I was younger, but I found out men are pigs. There are some very nice guys, okay? There's some very nice men out there, okay? I think there are nice men out there. I think you have to see a gender therapist for a year before you can get HRT grading. At least back when I almost took it, it was like that. No. Informed consent is a thing. As an anarchist, I don't assume institutions want to do good. 3PO, are you sure that you're a communist? Because it sounds ridiculous being a communist and advocating for reforms. Who literally lying to their audiences in response videos? Who's lying? Wait, who's lying to their audiences in response videos? Fido's doing something crazy again. Thank you, Philip August, for the $10. Thank you for the $10. It helps me a great lot. It always helps me a great lot. Also, I'm a Polish socialist. The history of Polish socialism has sold me on Polish socialism, okay? Damn, I kind of hate having a non-binary brain. Life would be so much easier if I could feel satisfied with a binary life. I mean... life would be easier for many people if they just settled, but settling is not always good. You know? Is the controller working? Nope. I don't know why, but the controller dies with this game a lot. Okay, we did it. Oh, Karasu wrote me. So I'll have to suffer from the controller dying. I like that the chat is so active today. Maybe I should play... Oh, wait, I fell. Wait, hold on. Don't leave me, ship. Oh my god, my ship is... No! I was afraid of this. I was so afraid of this happening. Oh my god. No! Maybe I should play games like this more often on stream because it feels like the chat is on fire. Also, Polish socialists are very nuanced, okay? Also, there's nothing wrong with being gay. Vladimir. Okay, being gay is great. Yeah? Yeah, Karasu has gone through an illness. More fuel. More fuel. Hey. What? Huh. The ship is not gone forever yet. We have to fuel it. No fall damage. Excellent. What a beautiful, beautiful world. More dumb. That's true. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Hold on. No! How do I... Uh-oh. Oh. What I did was not very smart. What other side? How do I stop, put it away. What other side? What are you talking about? Wow, we've passed the bridge. What's the problem? What? I passed the bridge. What's what? Oh. Oh, yeah. Listen, I hit the sails on the other side, okay? Oh, it's not working anymore? No wind? You mean? Stop. Stop the car. You. The chat is so active, love to see it. Oh, is it good? I'm gonna have to repair it. What is this package? Let's see if there's any wind. Oh, I think the wind is going in the opposite direction. Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. I should gather more fuel. Oh, hold on. Fuel. Speak of the devil. I'm like Frieren, but instead of collecting spells, I collect fuel. Damn, a lightning struck my ship. Look at that. Also, consider joining Lucihaza.org/live. And consider giving Emily as a sub. Emily is white, and being white is wrong. It's just not right to be white. Oh, okay. But it's still not right to be white. Look at that. We're doing very well in this game. I'm a pro. Wow, what's happening? Oh. I wonder if we have any wind. Oh, the sail is not even working anymore. I guess I'll have to repair it somehow. Oh, that happens with games. That happens with online service games, unfortunately. I've never played much of Little Big Planet, to be honest. How do I get there? Oh, there we go. Hold on, where's my... No, what the hell? does this do? Okay, what does that do? Oh! We can repair? Yeah, is that repair? Yes! Wonderful. Okay. Let's repair. Alright, we did it. Wait, I don't think I fully repaired it. Alright. Nice. Feels good. Feels good to be a repair person. Oh. Oh, silly me. I almost destroyed it again. I think we have wind. No, we don't have wind. Oh yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I use it? Wait, why didn't it pull away? What happened? Why didn't the sail pull away? I don't get it. Yeah, but I want to put them away. Why can't I put them away? Okay. I think I'm far in the game now, actually. Fuel. Bonjour. Bonjour. Bonjour, bonjour. Okay. Full speed ahead. So what am I supposed to do? Also, what is this box that I'm... radio thing? Did we just stop here for the radio? Oh wait, there's wind. Alright, we have wind. Wonderful. Slow and steady wins the race. And we're going at it slow and steady. Windmills. Trump hates those. I thought I'd run over them. Wait, hold on. Package. I don't. Oh boy. I saw my friend play this game, and when they played, the ship broke in half. I don't know if this is mandatory event or... Lucy, have you eaten dinner? I've eaten some pizza. Maybe I should eat something soon. Alright. Yeah, close the sale. Popcorn? I don't have popcorn. Unfortunately, I don't have popcorn. Do I have to ram? How do I get out there? Oh, okay. Sounds unhealthy, Lucy? What does? Wait, what sounds unhealthy? Eating pizza? Well, you know, sometimes... Or not having popcorn. Is not having popcorn unhealthy? You like this upgrade, yeah? Oh, I need more fuel. Huh. Did it install correctly? What does this do? Oh, nice. Should I just leave it on at all times? Does it use fuel? It doesn't seem to use fuel, so it feels like I can just keep it on permanently. Let's see if we'll suck it in. It did! Excellent. Yeah. All right. Wow. We're doing it. We're doing it now. Let's pick up some fuel. Like here. Blah. Oh. Oh, that's a little bit disappointing. I think I'm actually doing pretty well in this game. Oh, I turned it off? Damn. Ah, I have to turn it off on quick. Alright. Thanks for telling me. Oh. I don't have popcorn at the house. I don't have any popcorn, so. I should watch a movie. I heard that Superman was a good movie. Wait, it's turned off again. I keep turning it off, it seems. Oh yeah, there's wind. Let's go. Let's go. Everything's going smoothly. I think we can finish this game in one sitting. Whoa, look how much fuel. How many fuels? Yeah, that's why it's so good, because it's woke and gay. That's what makes it so good. Hold on, stop. Okay, whatever. I didn't make it in time. Oh my god. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. I wanted to go upstairs. I didn't mean to do that. Jesus. Okay. What do I... Oh god. How do I get up? Get up there. There you go. That's what I wanted to do. We're bringing back this post to the base. I bet if you take this flower to the end, you'll get an achievement. Oh my gosh. So much complaining. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on, wait for me. Wait. How do I get out? How do I get out of here? Oh no. Is the ship long gone? Is my ship long gone? Oh no. Oh, wait. Why did it turn off? Why isn't it working? Oh, does it need fuel? You know what they say, if you have problems, you have to ignore them. And then they will just go away. That's how it is. That's like life works. That is how life works, okay? You ignore problems and they go away. How do I... Come in. Come in. What is this box? Where am I? Wait. How do I... Can I move? Oh. Sorry, I'm inside. I think if I get this flower to the end... That's true. Did I just lose the wheel? Was that supposed to happen? Happy football season, y'all. Happy football season. Isn't it football season like always, all year long? I'll take this to the ship. You mean fake football? No. I'm gonna be the... I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but European football, aka soccer, is just boring, okay? I'm gonna give a hot take and I'm gonna say soccer / European football sucks. It's boring as hell. American football is far more interesting. Yes, it's all year, players don't get to rest. I mean, I'm pretty sure matches happen all year long. No? Football has foot in the name. They kick the ball in American football. They kick the ball. What do you mean sitting around for an hour? Something's always happening in American football. Handball's not really any more interesting. American football. And snooker. Snooker is interesting. Okay? There you go. Another hot take from me. Snooker is interesting. And tennis. I like tennis. Yeah? I mean, I don't know. I've watched a football game and it seemed like something was happening all the time. Yeah, that's what makes it good. 20 sweaty men running around half naked chasing a piece of rubber. Yeah, exactly. Now you get it. Now you get the appeal. You understand. That's too gay for me. Listen. Nothing's ever too gay. Also, gay means happy. If anything, sports are not gay enough. College American football. Well, when you put it that way. Oh, damn. Maybe I should pay more attention. Boom. Maybe I should pay more attention to it. Expensive tickets are bad. Expensive tickets are bad. Consider joining the page and donating or subscribing so that I can do more gay stuff. Consider funding my gayness. Fund all my gay shenanigans. Pro ball. Wait, I will. What's up? I'm not progressing backwards. It's not true. Also, you should be... Ooh. Wait, I have the sucker. I don't have to pick it up by hand. Wait, hold on. Is the ship section over? I actually thought you were supposed to use the ship till the end of the game. Was I wrong? We build our future. Another new game. This one's short, so I think we will finish it in one sitting. Also, this is an old game. A new old game. This game's really short, so it's not a problem. Men can be friends. I don't know. What? That doesn't sound true. That doesn't feel true. Oh, why was it off? Oh my god, I hate this crap. I missed so much fuel because of this. I hate this. Ah. I have to use the big fuel. What's forced to use the big fuel? Have you ever played Gay Chicken? Jack, don't do it. To assert the dominance. What? Strange. The what? Okay, I lived as a man, quote unquote, for a bit, and I can tell you that I'm not sure if that's true. Okay? I don't know, maybe the US is strange in that regard, but men have friends. I don't know. I don't know, I've met this woman that sexualize things quite a lot as well. Ah, it's not true, random free PL. That's not true. That's not true at all. That men don't have as deep friendships. That's not true. What do you mean, Dr. Jones? I'm your friend. That's right. What is this? Do I have get a... I think I'll collect all items. Because I assume I'll get an achievement. Sounds hot. True. What? That's just being gay. What's damaged? Oh. Oh, this uses fuel. What health bars? Oh yeah, I see them. It's true. Okay. Oh crap. I forgot all of my precious items. Wait, what do you mean there's no eroticism in touching each other's thighs and kissing each other's necks? How is there no eroticism in that? Oh, I'm replacing the wheels for new ones. So we should be riding much faster now. That's cool. That looks like a game you need to watch an hour-long video essay to know what's going on. Maybe. I mean, no you don't. What's going on is that we have a ship and we have to move forward. That's what's going on. No essays needed. The shape of this ship is like the Yellow Submarine from the animated movie Yellow Submarine. Yes, we got fuel. Is this Canadian fuel? Oh. I guess that was a mistake. Huh. I was like, is this Canadian fuel? Nope. This was not Canadian fuel. Alright. Let's go. Oh, I have to turn on the thing again. when you die in this game. I think you can lose if your ship breaks down completely. I think it's possible, technically speaking, to lose in this game. What do you mean of boredom? This is a beautiful game. Conrad has horrible tastes in games, confirmed. What is your favorite game, Conrad? This should be better than Sekiro. Preach. There's something somewhere that's... Oh. It's not rage bait. It's objectively better. It's not rage bait if it's true. Oh, okay. I should play them one day. Yeah, this game is better than Sekiro. No rage bait if it's true. I'll be the judge of that when I play it. I mean, it can be boring to watch, but if it's boring to play, then it can't really be good, can it? If it's just boring to play, then it's not really good. If a game is boring to play, then it's not a good game. Yeah, exactly. It is a pretty good game for streaming, actually, unironically. It could be a good game. No, it would not be a good game for React content because we would lose a lot of music, etc. Nier Automata is not terrible, and now you're trying to rage bait me. Okay? Now you're trying to rage bait me. Hollow Knight is a good game. It is a good game. Oh my god. We have to get out of here. I don't have fuel anymore. What the hell? Okay, I assume now I can repair in peace, right? I'm sheltered. And surely I can repair now in peace, right? Okay. Damn. Hades is good. Hades is a really good game. Oh, I need more fuel. There has to be some fuel ahead, right? That I can swipe and take home. Right? Okay, no fuel. What do I do now? I don't have fuel. I don't have... Am I stuck forever? Have I soft locked myself? The game? There's no wind. Is this a fuel source? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, every pickup is fuel. Okay then. I assumed something different, but whatever. Hades! Yeah, I know it's Hades. Hades. I like saying Hades more. We have to beat this game in a single setting because otherwise we'll have started an unfinished game again, and I cannot do that. Yo. No, it's more like I will finish it, but I will have to add another game that it started and not finished to the long list. So I'd rather just play it all the way through and then finish the other games that I have started. I only started this on the premise that I would not leave it unfinished. Yo. How many games have you not finished at this point? A lot. Too many. Like 10 or something. Halfway? Thought we were further than halfway, to be honest, but whatever. How long have we been playing this game now? Because I've been made to believe that this is like a 2 or 3 hour game. And I feel like we've been playing it for more than 2 or 3 hours. Oh my gosh. I am going to play Death Stranding on stream. Also, I had a good friend that really liked Death Stranding, and the way they described it to me is that it's not the walking that's important. Especially when you play the game on the harder difficulty. It's all about the prep that leads up to the walking. How good you prepare your supplies, etc. That it's actually not a walking simulator, but a resource management thing. You need to be into it. Well, my friend from France was definitely into it. Building bridges. I like building bridges. FedEx Simulator. It's all about that prep. That's what the game is largely about, the prep. Nothing's damaged right now. We're in a good spot. Nothing's damaged. Comforting. Interesting. Oh, we have fuel upstairs. I'll keep note of the fact that we have a fuel thing. Look at that. Look at that beautiful game. We have a cinema view. Oh, we're gonna second that fuel thing. Yup. There you go. Oh, we're heading towards a thing. It's winter here. Still have wind on our side. Hey, why didn't it suck the fire thing in? Whatever. Maybe Death Stranding 2 has addressed some of the issues of the first game. YouTube might be full. Oh, fuel. Dragons in this game now. My ship is like a dragon. Okay, so what am I supposed to do now? I guess this. This fuel? What? How am I triggering the opening of the door? Oh. What? What? I'm tired. It's like whatever the hell o'clock here. It's late or something. It's almost midnight. Oh, I have to take my hormones. It's actually much earlier than I thought. How long have we been streaming, by the way? Feels like we've been streaming for at least 10 hours. Four hours is like 10 hours. And Lucy hours. Water. Water. Will water work without fuel? Yeah. I keep being afraid that the ship will just leave me behind for some reason. I'm like, let me in, the ship's gonna leave without me. And it always turns out not to be true. Let me. Oh, okay. I guess we go. We're topped on fuel. Don't do what again, please? Wink? I do that all the time. Oh, steam. Ah. What's singing? What? Did I sing? Did I sing? Did I sing? La 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 la. Wait, we need fuel. We need a singing beaver. Long live the liver. Hold on, we have to turn this on. There we go. snowing again. No dragons. How many people are watching stream right now? I don't have the ability to check. Is it more than one? How is that possible when you do multiple super long streams in one day? It's because I'm a tough person. Snow makes everything better for some reason. I really love snow in Monster Hunter World. What? I'm trying to push it forward. What? What happened? I'm here. Just working, said Lettuce. Oh. I guess that works. Alright. Wait, we went from 50% to 70% really quick. I feel like we're gonna finish this game and then stop streaming for today. Okay. No redacted video today. Woke. I mean, do you want me to react to redacted that badly? I actually should make timestamps for fake Carl Parker out of the redacted thing that, yeah. We probably should. That badly now. Because I reacted to their video about Ukraine. Whoops. Oh, damaged. It is? Fuel! Let's get this back home. How do you pull back? How do you go backwards? I don't know how to go backwards in this game. Oh, you mean this? What do I attach it to though? Oh, I can pull it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think I have to pull it back a little bit more. I think the sail has to be... Oh, I cannot pull it back any further. I feel like the sail has to be very close to that thing. Like about here. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Cool. What if someone trolls you and the game is actually 20 hours? I've seen this game before. I think it's very short. If it's 20 hours, well then I guess this is going to be a 20-hour stream. If you can. Alright. Oh, another dead person. That sounds so awful. Another dead person. What? What happened? What did I do wrong again? Oh. Oh my gosh. Is this my new ship that I have to control? It has a fuel meter. Do I have to refuel this ship? I can see the fuel meter die. Do I have to put out the fire? I tend to break everything, yeah. Not a good person. I destroy everything I touch. I admit. Me too, Lucy. Yay. That I die? Oh, that answers your question about being able to die in this game. Boost? Boost what? I bet I have to douse this fire. Ah. Jesus. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. How do I go back? How do I go back to the ship now? Oh, just like that. Never mind. Rip. Oh, I have to get one more of these. Am I missing something? What am I missing? Winch again? Will it reach? Will it actually reach here? Isn't it a little bit too short? Oops. Is it long enough? Oh, it is. Huh. Interesting. Oh well. What if the game is then it's the most progressive Duke Nukem game in history. If it is. I wouldn't mind actually playing Duke Nukem 3D on stream, but yeah, really? Duke Nukem 69 LGBTQ agenda, true. Okay, I guess we have to wait for the robot to take us to the shore. We stopped again. Out of fuel again. Almost at the shore. Don't you have to... Didn't Duke Nukem 3D have like a expansion in which there were women trapped by aliens begging for help and you had to murder them all or something? Was that not a thing? See, I remember. I remember my games. There's strong wind. Let's take advantage. Holy shit. Really? Did I just lose the game? Is it game over? What even happened? Did I lose? What? How did that even happen? What the hell? What? Everything was okay and then I was just dead. Yeah, it was the first time I died. Hello, Contraband 100. Consider joining the page lucyhazard.org/live and donating or subscribing. Got it, Lucy. What? What? Why? What did I do? Are you saying I should not have turned on the vacuum cleaner? What am I... Why? But do I have to get rid of all my items in the ship? Well, the volcano will always erupt. I cannot stop the volcano from erupting, so... Well, I did move. What do you mean? I'm moving. We'll have to use steam, I guess. As soon as we get it. Did we outrun it? Very barely. What the f- Did I lose again? Was that supposed to happen? You know what? We're just gonna go with half the ship. It's okay. The wind is on our side. We can just go with the sail, right? There we go. We don't need no stinking. Am I winning? Maybe. And no refueling, I guess. I am a monster. Wait. I can go no further. Get fucked. What do you mean? The ship is useless now. I want a new ship. Okay, I want a new ship now. The ship has failed me. Whatever. Do I have to hold it now for the sail to work? Well, now I can abandon. Now it's ethical for me to abandon the ship, huh? What's the point of getting fuel right now? Oh, it's for the thing upstairs, I guess. More fuel. More fuel. Maximum fuel. Help me! Help me! SOS. Does the second game start where the first one left off? Am I supposed to still do something? This was the end of the game. We did it! We've beaten the game! We've gotten the achievement for the mailbox. Alright, we did it. It's over? Yeah, it's over. See? No unfinished game. I told you. We finished it on a single sitting. Yeah. We'll see now what. Now I go to the toilet. I deserve it. I deserve the toilet. I think we could stream some more. We've done it. Running Lucy didn't run this time. Amazing. Wait, I'm not President Sunday, okay? What do you mean running Lucy? Oh, the game paused. When I decided to check how many people are watching stream. Running Lucy runs from games, not the... What do you mean? No, I don't. What do you mean? Diabetes? What the fuck? Oh my god. I think I'm gonna eat something. Let's see if there's still pizza. Lucy does not run from diabetes. No, I do not. I absolutely do not. I feel like if I go to the toilet during the credits, everybody is gonna hate me, so I'm gonna wait for the credits to end before I go to the toilet. Because why would we hate you? Because I would leave to the toilet before the credits end rolling. Or something. Are the credits over? Yes, lol, Jesus, you must read every name. No, I must stay for the music, etc., okay? Is what Dr. Jones would tell me, okay? The end credits have great that track that I have to listen to from start to finish, or else I'm evil. If AI made games, then you would have just credit sequences made of all the subdivided, made up AI personas, okay? That make a game. AI Steve, AI Jack, AI Jane, all of them make up the team that made the game. I'll be right back. All right. Oh. What? Lucina, what? Now we do something else. Okay, now I ask all of the audience that maybe is still here and maybe is still not here. Do you want another game? Or do you want a politic topic? You decide, okay? Only 14.2% of players have gained the achievement A Piece of Home. What games? Super cool game. But only ones that we started, not finished. Should we play a game? Really? Only 14.2% of people have taken the mail to the end of the game. Have I 100%ed this game? No, that's impossible. But I don't see the number of achievements possible. I don't see how many achievements I've gotten out of how many. So I don't know how many achievements I'm missing. Oh well. Nine out of 14. Okay. So I guess we can play a game. A game. Oh yeah, let me check something. Do you want me to play, how you call it, Emperor of the Fading Suns? That super complex game that requires us to be locked in and super focused at all times. Yes. Yes, it is. I have not watched a lot of Minecraft YouTube. Wait, what game? What game did I play on stream before? What game? I'm getting a bit sleepy and unfocused. What game? What game are you asking about? Convenient Estelle? What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say? Oh, yeah, I did play the Emperor of the Rising Sun, of the Fading Sun. Yes, I did. I did in fact play the Emperor of the Fading Sun on stream. A little bit. Exposing a satanic Nazi death cult, Trump's health in question, Matt Walsh is weird and more. Oh wow, Matt Walsh is weird. 173 people watching Xander Hall. That's not fair. That's not fair. Okay? I think. YouTube medievalists are weird. Metatron, Lindy Beige, and Shadyversity. I mean, YouTube medievalists are weird. Let's be honest. Let's be frank. You are a bit weird. I trust you, which is not helpful. What? Hold on. I have to see this. And you have to see this too. We have to watch this together as we decide what game to play.
Oh, you found a good one.
Hi guys.
Dennis.
Hi. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, we're stealing shit from a person that steals shit. Jim Sterling refuses to learn. Is somebody shitting on James Stephanie Sterling? I wanna see. Refuses to learn what?
Those people who won't use certain weapons, certain items, because they think if you use them, you're playing the game wrong, you're not having...
Well, that's a big conversation now.
Yeah,
Very
that's
charitable start. Yeah.
There are if there is something that is obviously overpowered in a game, I will not use it because it.
Okay, that's your choice. What if I just want to get through the game quick and experience the story if it's a story-heavy game? Like, whatever. If there's an item in the game, then it's clearly designed to be used. No? Don't cry about people using it. If you choose to self-impose some challenge on yourself, that's on you.
Takes away from my satisfaction and knowing that
Okay. Good for you.
that I'm doing well if I'm using an overpowered weapon or an overpowered strategy.
Okay. Again, good for you.
It's like in a
Obviously an
multiplayer
exploit.
game. Like in a multiplayer game where one weapon is dominant, and then everybody...
Okay.
The weapon that if you use it, friends and enemies are like, you're a noob, you're just using the noob thing.
That is why I don't ever engage in... I don't ever engage in fandoms of anything. This is why. Because you get cringy crap like this.
Hey, Noob Tube. Ever remember Noob Tube?
No, I actually don't remember Noob Tube because I have a life.
Well, yeah, that's the question then. It's like, well, wait a minute. So is there anything wrong with a community, like people, one-man army on Terminal, where they all just like stay up in that middle section and then just...
This is about people that have no lives and feel pride about not using certain elements of a game to challenge themselves or whatever.
Start fucking firing their grenade launchers every spawn point. Would it be like, well, yeah, that's part of the game, so they're allowed to do that. You can't shame them for playing the game that way. It's like, I don't know about that.
No odd job. You can actually.
No
odd
job
on GoldenEye. We did with slurs
back in the day.
Lots of slurs.
We're off to such a bad start because this is already just like so not difficult of an idea to comprehend. Hey, this thing makes my experience worse. I've tried it and I don't like it.
That's not what James Stephanie Sterling is saying. James Stephanie Sterling is saying that elite gamers are giving people shit for using all items in the game.
Or it seems like something I don't want to use, so I don't use it.
That's probably,
mind-boggling.
that's probably going to be the way in this video where it's like, oh, they're just gonna hate you playing for this way and this and that. It's like, no.
Yeah, that is what happens with idiots.
Tell me you played the game with like summons, I would urge you, like, hey, try it with.
These morons think their takes on pop culture and media are objective. Oh yeah, okay.
Without and see how experiences then, because it's very different.
Yeah, I truly stand by it as a meaningfully different game at that point.
Yeah.
You didn't play, and it's like I didn't play Dark Souls. It's like,
I haven't heard of Kisha.
You didn't play the game I played.
Yeah, yes, I have. You're an idiot.
All right.
It goes back to like Super
This is so stupid.
Nintendo. Do you remember GoldenEye? Like No Odd Job. If you
N64, but yeah.
N64. Yeah, N64. Just it's such a simple concept. If you're having someone whose like head is a foot lower than everyone else, then he's objectively going to have an advantage, and it just scales up depending on what game you're playing. And it's a concept that if you're a gamer, you should just be aware of. Everyone's experience.
No, you don't. No, you don't have to be aware of these stupid concepts. You boot the game, you have fun, and then you turn the game off, and that's it. You don't have to be aware of concepts. Fuck you. Okay? I turn my game on, I have fun with the game, and then I turn it off and I do something else. Jesus Christ.
You have to kind of work around because it's cheap.
In the Souls games,
essentially
it's
breeding
just-
this idea. If you want to cultivate this idea of victory at all costs without any sense of honor or sportsmanship,
I don't play video games for honor or sportsmanship. I play video games to relax and have fun. Jeez. Honor or sportsmanship. God damn. Oh my god. This is so pathetic.
what this does
Now
is
this I might turn into a segment actually. Oh my goodness.
it is a breeding ground for a culture that accepts cheating as a viable.
Cheating? The item is just in the game. You can just find it in the game and use it. How is that cheating? Are you stupid? Cheating?
Strategy, like the Chinese gaming culture. That's why the vast majority of like cheats and everything. That's why people have been screaming region lock your shit because we don't want to play with the Chinese because just like their gaming and competitive culture is so different from us. Victory at all costs and cheating is just yet another tool that you can use in the game. You don't want to encourage gamers, even in single player games, to completely abandon this idea of sportsmanship and sort of like competitive honor and the desire to like showcase skill as something that's worthy of, being proud of.
What?
Agreed.
Well, and in the case of the Souls games too, it's just the boss.
Yeah, it's just games are for having fun. Okay.
Best bosses in the Souls games.
I agree. This is so gay in the derogatory way. I agree. Actually, I agree. I'm with Conrad on this one.
AI is not really equipped to switch aggro between targets in a way that makes any sense. So you're shorting yourself of the fun experience of actually fighting one of these interesting enemies because you're kind of just breaking its coding and hitting it in the butt while it's attacking your buddy, or your summon.
Okay.
And it's like, well, it's not that you didn't beat the guy, it's that you didn't really have the experience that people actually call these games good for.
Okay.
And joy comes from learning the patterns, getting the movements down, shit like that.
Well,
just have it.
Okay. Again, and
just have
That's
a guy
the only thing there to
everything
do
for you. You just you just have someone tank.
this is what men do instead of going to therapy.
It. And then maybe you even play a mage and you just go like pew 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 pew. It's like I beat him, hooray!
And to somewhat
all of the joy,
Bounce off Rags has said there as well. It's like you should probably make arguments that don't also apply to cheats. If you say like, well, I prefer to play it my way, or if I want to put in whatever I want to have my kind of fun. It's like, and yet you'd be against cheats, I assume. Why? Because you can use all those same arguments.
What?
Yeah, and you would just frame it differently in terms of obviously cheating in the multiplayer game, is different than cheating in a single player game. But we can still say, oh, you cheated, you had to use cheats to beat the game.
Okay. So
you don't get to claim the respect that is due to someone who...
I don't play games for respect. It's pathetic. Okay? It's pathetic to play games to claim some sort of respect. I'm gonna say especially it is pathetic to play single player games to claim some sort of respect. What? Oh my gosh. This is what happens when you have nothing going on in your life. You play single player games to garner respect. Listen, I just beat that game when I was in a ship and I didn't even use cheats. Do I have your respect?
Beats the set of challenges.
Stolen valor, but yes, you know, if they said like, well, cheating's different because it's like maybe third-party hacking into the game or something, and you'd be like, well, but like, why is that meaningfully different? And if you say, well, this is not the devs intended, it's like devs update games all the time. Like,
then you'd be arguing against mods as well. It's like,
that's true.
And also have bad intentions.
Well, I think eventually you argue yourself all the way back to where the people who criticized you are. Like, you'll get there eventually.
Uh-huh.
You know? But hey, let's see how we get there ourselves.
Having the real experience. Yeah, what if, and pluck the chicken with me on this one, what if they're playing the game wrong?
It's like,
shut up.
So mad about people saying you're playing the game wrong. They're flipping it back. Like, you're playing it wrong. Like, whoa!
Lebaroos!
Mike,
we were the baddies.
The trusty back pocket, no you.
Oh, yeah.
Here's a wild idea. Play games however the fuck you want. There you go.
Rated card, you know?
Rags made a good point about honorable gaming, and that's something that you should just...
Dev intended. And I can tell this guy is full of shit. The dev wants you to play their game and have fun. Give it a good review. Recommend to friends. True. I don't intend you to play in a specific way.
Learn in all forms of competition, whether you're playing a sport, playing a game, whether it's tic-tac-toe, anything.
Listen, this argument really falls flat when you get into competitive games. Because in StarCraft, the only way that all the competitive Korean players discovered how to play the game good was to actually play the game completely, not the way that the devs intended, quote unquote. And I'm talking about Brood War.
Like, it's just something you shouldn't get satisfaction from cheating. That should be something that's instilled in you culturally, you know.
And yet, people do.
Either you get it or you don't. Like, yeah.
We just skipped 4 minutes, so I'm assuming the 4 minutes.
The 4 minutes, it's the classic of.
This is what happens when you tie your self-esteem to achieving things in single-player video games.
Let's try whining about Nazis.
They talk for ages about what they're going to talk
about. Nazis? What?
Classic of.
Let's try whining about Nazis.
They talk for ages.
Oh, of course.
Ages about what they're going to talk about. Like, this video is going to cover this, this, and it's just like, well, why don't you just say those things? Completely
you could
useless.
Have been covering those things instead of telling me that you're going to cover.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say this. You're long.
Oh no!
I mean, in Dark Souls 3, enemies can hit you through walls, which is bullshit.
That's pretty true.
You can do it well, but they never do. Man. It's always shit.
I mean, you kind of already did the thesis statement at the beginning. Is this just kind of what do they call it, like threat modeling? Where
we're not gonna watch the whole thing. This is unbearable.
Like saying, "Oh, I bet the arguments against this are this, and this," or is it just rambling?
What?
Is there any game, and when I say this I'm including Bloodborne and Elden Ring under the same broad umbrella, as universally beloved yet territorially divided as this long-standing benchmark of Is there a game more liable to spark furious debates on not just how it should be enjoyed, but who should get to enjoy it? Most pointedly, is there another game that offers...
I mean, what? People said you're not even allowed to enjoy it now?
Like, you can't buy Dark Souls.
Every single person can play Dark Souls.
Yeah. I think they're missing the point. Like, if someone has, let's say, a disability Okay, if someone has impaired motor functions and cannot just get good, then by extension, of course, they are prohibited from enjoying the game. This is stupid. This is not difficult to get. Yes, this just comes down to should Souls-like games have an easy mode? Yes, it does come down to this. Yeah.
You just have to get more aggressive now. I'm just gonna point at people and tell them, you don't get to play this. Why? It's like, I don't know.
This is on like every platform.
These people are stupid. My goodness.
Every platform that's existed since PS3 and 360, you can play Dark Souls on. So like,
well, and it's become hyper mainstream.
Oh my god, these people did not understand the point at all, or just pretending not to.
It's everywhere.
Yes, yeah.
Offers such a variety of approaches that has such a vocal segment of fans arguing it should only be approached one single way.
What is that
one single way?
I've never heard this. I've literally never heard this. It can only be done one single way.
Them to articulate this. Like, what single way is that?
Let's find out.
That latter point has always been
I see that these people have a lot of Polish fans. 250 Polish zlotys donated here. 25 Polish zlotys donated here. Embarrassing.
peculiar to me when it came to Dark Souls, and that was before Elden Ring gave players more ways to approach any given in-game situation than most people will ever have time to scratch the surface of. However, you will find no shortage of people online telling you the correct way to play Elden Ring, or rather, telling you all of the ways.
So the only thing...
Like, if you only have one hand, then you should be given a controller that works with one hand, or like a hand and a foot or something.
That I've heard regarding Elden Ring.
I mean, there are cars that are accommodated to people that
like, and I don't
are impaired in that way. Believe it
care
or
about
not.
Souls-like games. I don't play them. I just absorb whatever happens via cultural social media diffusion. But all I hear is that summons are gay and lame, and if you use them, it breaks the game and makes it super easy. But that
Okay. Yeah, Polish people love those channels for some reason. They mentioned Kishak has pretty good numbers for a gaming channel in Polish.
that's it. That's like that's all that I know of.
The nuanced position is just, you know, it's really fun to play with friends. It's also kind of fun to, I mean, to give an example,
Nuanced
Iron Golem
position.
versus, why am I forgetting his name? Iron Tarkus, yeah. I always love when doing Dark Souls to summon Iron Tarkus and watch them fight, because it's one of the only
you don't
times...
get to fight the Iron Golem.
And
you just don't, you're not allowed to.
One of the reasons that's so fun too is the Iron Golem's just not a good boss. He's kind of shit.
No.
But watching two AI go at it while you're just sort of cheering one or the other, that's just fun as fuck. And so it would be like, so you do it. It's like, well, I mean, do it as much as you want. The point is just you're going to miss out if you never play these bosses. Just you against them.
Okay.
There's a whole set of mechanics that the devs have put into the game that you're never going to see.
Okay.
I don't know why, or engage with, or defeat the challenge of. The equivalent of this is you could take any game ever, but if you just go with like Guitar Hero, and it's like you can summon someone else to just hit notes you miss. Like
The spirit of Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's such a simple concept. Like, my God.
And someone would be like, "There's nothing wrong with playing the game like that," and I'd be like, "Not necessarily. I just don't know." I mean, when you say like I beat the game on expert, it's like, well, like, did you
No
know?
fail mode was on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I don't tie my self-esteem to beating games on expert. Like cars you can drive with hand controls if you don't have legs, yeah. Yeah, I drove one when I worked for a corporation, yes.
It's, you know, and it changes the conversation for a lot of people.
Yeah. I drove such a car. I drove in such a car. I don't really have a driver's license. This guy forgets that some people are just shit at those games and can be stuck at one boss forever and they just want to get to the next one. Exactly. Like me. Like me and Sekiro. And that annoying troll thing that I've had to fight 11 billion times before I beat him.
In which you can play Elden Ring incorrectly. To some players, purity of experience is paramount, and to have a...
Is there any good version of this that isn't just aristocratic sort of like gatekeeping? Is it possible that some people really want you to experience how fun it is to defeat the challenge when it's given to you in like a, for lack of a better word, a pure way? Is there nothing valuable there?
Pure way.
Why does it come off so pretentious to them? It's so bizarre.
There seems to be an advocation for like the actual erasure of the concept of gamer cred.
Yeah, because it's stupid. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Gamer cred is stupid. It just speaks to you not having anything in your life, okay? Gamer, if you pay close attention and if you really care about game cred, then that just speaks to, I don't know, where you are in life, I guess. Something. Gamer cred. That'll make me laugh. With that bullshit.
Which is unacceptable.
The idea that there are no, like, surely Jim would say that there are accomplishments to be proud of in gaming, period. But once you accept that, then we have to get into the discussion of what makes an accomplishment worth being proud of. I don't know.
I don't care. If I'm proud, then I'm proud. If I'm not, then I'm not. It's just, who cares?
A super hyper left.
Worth being proud of? Get the fuck out of here with that.
So the idea of meritorious valor and accomplishing things and skill is already like he's gonna have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Even as far as it pertains to gaming.
A good question in chat. What is the pure way? And it's like I said, it's for lack of a better term. I'm using pure because that's the word that was used to describe whatever this section is.
Pure.
But if someone said, why should I play Dark Souls without summons? Like I said, I would be like, well, there's a way they've designed the enemies that accounts for your like reaction time, the way that you learn what weapons you take into battle.
Yeah, but you know what? They've also programmed summoning into the game. Checkmate.
All of those elements, all those mechanics are not going to be used. You're not going to have to figure things out. You're not going to have to engage with the challenge on a level that is just going to be gone. You'll miss out, and it feels fucking great when you're losing on that front and you start seeing yourself improve.
In my opinion, these guys are just very insecure, and that's how they heal it. They don't heal it. They just that does not really heal it. Come on. I think they're just feeding their insecurities, but you don't heal your insecurities by doing this, okay? They're just showcasing their insecurity, but they're not really addressing it. They're not really addressing it in any way. You cannot heal your insecurity if you cannot even admit that you're insecure, and they would never admit to being insecure. Yeah, I know.
Improve gradually, and then you defeat it.
I know what you meant.
The experience that everyone always cites for Dark Souls.
Like,
is that more of a criticism of the game rather than the player, though? Because that's kind of what I'm a little bit confused about. Is if the game, could you not just say that it's bad game design to include a weapon that trivializes boss encounters?
Well,
I mean, you could. You very well could.
I think they're two separate conversations. If someone says to you, "Well, I was just using it because it was there," and you're like,
you don't know what the words you use.
Oh yeah, try it without, and then they go, "No." You'd be like, "Oh, well, okay. I guess you don't have to. I'm just saying, like, there's an option there," and that seems to be what this conversation is.
Okay. You've made your suggestion. They noted the suggestion, and they said no. That should be the end of the conversation.
If this video was simply, we should be criticizing the game design for allowing for exploits that make the game trivial, that's a fair conversation.
This guy is such a loser. I don't know him.
As well, but that we've kind of, Jim Sterling hates people. So yeah.
Yeah, this is about game balance and what devs need to be encouraging softly the players to actually do to try and get the experience they're designing for.
So kind of what you're saying is that Jim Sterling is anti-fun rather than anti-bad game design.
What the fuck? No? What do you mean James Stephanie Sterling is anti-fun? What?
He seems to be pro-fun by his understanding of fun, which is I can do, like, more or less I can do whatever I want to in the game world. It doesn't matter, like...
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, of course you can do whatever you want in the game. It's a game. It's a hobby. It's a thing that you just turn on to have some fun. Yeah, duh. Of course you can do whatever you want in the game world. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah.
My first playthrough of Soma, if I want to play Soma, but like I've model swapped every like entity in that game into Shrek, that's like fine. That's just a way you can experience the game.
It's a way to experience it. It's funny you cite Soma. They after enough backlash from people put in the mode where there's no enemies.
Yep.
Which is extremely damaging to what that game is trying to achieve, as far as I'm concerned. So, you know, that's a whole other argument in and of itself. But yeah, like I'm all for.
Fake Kyle Parker has donated $5. They said money for Lucy. Thank you very much for the $5. Thank you.
A player playing in the way that they find to be most fun. That's great. It's just that this is one of many examples where it feels like you're screwing yourself over. I would be curious how this holds
I don't care.
Up, because I'm assuming Sterling's on board with the idea that if I watch a playthrough of a full game, just take anyone, like let's just take Super Meat Boy. I watched the whole thing. Have I played it? Like, probably not, right? Most people's standards, I'd say you haven't played Super Meat Boy. It's like, what if I pressed A once per hour while watching the video? Probably not still.
Well,
okay.
You heard about that. Have you heard about that world?
Oh, so are they saying that if you use broken weapons in a game, you haven't played the game?
The Warcraft thing with like the single button pressing thing, the automatic rotations thing.
Yeah. Well, I was going to get there, right? Like, they just go by degrees. So it's like I have to press it once per 10 minutes, once per minute, and then I have to press it as like QTEs. Then I have to actually platform with Super Meat Boy, but only for 1 minute per 10 minutes.
What if I find a broken weapon by myself? Should I drop it? Yes, you should immediately get rid of it forever. And you should never equip the best equipment in the game. You should forget that it exists, and you should unlearn. You should just beat the game with starter skills and starter equipment, actually.
The rest of it's
otherwise you're cheating and you're missing on the pure experience.
For me. And it's like, at what point am I playing Super Meat Boy versus at what point am I choosing to just make the experience different because I prefer it? You know, like, as much as you can call everyone else gatekeepers, everyone has a line.
No, I don't. I don't have a line. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how people play their games. Okay? I just don't. If people have fun, they have fun. I don't care. I don't have a line, actually. Because I don't care enough to have a line. This is so stupid. 3/4 of Elden Ring builds are cheating at this point, yeah. I know.
You know, I'm just curious where you put yours, and then what principle?
Nowhere. I don't care. Have fun with your games, however you want. And that includes cheating, quote unquote.
You actually...
And that includes actual cheating, actually, if you want. Do whatever you want.
Have behind them that would actually stand up to scrutiny, because I don't think they will. It's like doing everything in the name of fun. If there was just like a
yeah. What the fuck do you mean doing everything in the name of fun? Yeah, that is why games. That's what games are for.
Exploit in any given game where you start it and you just have to spin around in 3 circles and jump, and then it makes you immune to all damage. A lot of.
If that's what you want to do, go ahead, knock yourself out. If that's how you engage with games and it's fun for you, go ahead and do it.
People are gonna be like, yeah, don't do that.
No, I'm not gonna be, don't do that. Just do whatever you want. Again, do whatever you want with games.
And then you'd be like, what's the game's fault? It's there. And it's like, no, I mean, yeah, sure, but...
Unless it's multiplayer, don't cheat in multiplayer. I mean, don't do it in multiplayer because multiplayer is a little bit different. Because that's akin to, I don't know, cheating in chess or something. But in single player games.
But, like, don't do it.
You're an agent.
Yeah, like you don't have to do it.
Creature. You're not a slave to fate, right?
You see this happen in Microcosm like quite frequently. Like if a game has
This is just stupid, and all the people involved in this call are stupid as well. Who have spoken so far?
Like pre-order bonuses or whatever the fuck stuff like that. Like Neo is an example of this, where you load into Neo and like I don't know, you pre-ordered it or you got some collector's edition or whatever the fuck. You load in, you have a bunch of items.
Okay.
90% of players I've seen just look at those and go, I'm not going to use those.
Okay.
Oh, that reminds me of
the early game.
That reminds me of the Resident Evil remake, where you just got more treasures and we weren't even aware.
Right. Yeah.
Shotgun and RE4.
Yeah, shotgun extremely good.
Okay.
And yeah, I wasn't even aware of getting more treasures around the map. And I don't think you can turn it off unless you deactivate the DLC, I assume, or the pre-order bonus, if that's even a thing you can do. Because I think you can.
And that's so fucking weird. You could sort of like move that out in a way to be like, hey, if you pay extra, you could have an easier mode of difficulty. It's like, I don't, what?
Fucking level skips in WoW drive me insane. I hate that those exist.
What's happened to gaming, man?
Generally, too, the people that would argue against the hardcore gamer idea would also have a problem with things like the chicken hat in Metal Gear Solid 5, where if you have if Snake's wearing a chicken hat, it makes you basically invincible and turns it into like a no-fail mode essentially. But you have to be wearing the chicken hat. And they'll be pissed about that. They'll be like, "Oh God, no, I don't want to be shamed like that." It's like, okay, well,
wasn't it Duke Nukem?
Yeah, I don't care about being shamed in video games. I don't care. I have no shame in video games. Video games are for fun. That's it.
But you got baby
said no one ever. True. That is actually true. No, that's it.
And you had like a little fire in his mouth.
Oh, that was Wolfenstein, I think.
Wolfenstein, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think there are some people who are like, that's wrong, and you shouldn't shame people for choosing. And it's just like, calm down.
This is so sad.
Like at that point, we have to acknowledge that, like, in a certain way, choosing options like that can be disrespectful to the art in a way that is damaging to it. If the
fuck off. No.
Souls games were a certain amount more like easy, like if Dark Souls was a certain amount easier, it could very easily affect the game because that has a huge impact on what the play experience of it is. Has an impact on how the game feels when you are playing it, which can impact how, like, even just like how the world feels in terms of, like, how threatening it is and whatnot. If it's trying to put forward this idea that the world is a dangerous and risky place where you've got to be like on guard, but that isn't true, that's the game like failing to deliver on an aesthetic promise to you.
Yeah, it'd be like a survival horror game with infinite ammo.
Yeah, that's one of the... Resident Evil offers you infinite ammo if you beat the game quick enough. So then you can just play it and kill everybody with ease.
Something like that. That would completely disrupt the experience of surviving with limited resources. I always think of... it doesn't really represent all gaming, but I always think of speedrunning too. Like if you're doing a speed run of a game, you would usually you could either have like no holds barred.
Lucy about to have Asmongold Gold in the AFAP stands in her comments. True.
Where any way you can get to the end screen into the credits is a win. But quite often they put specific criteria in there, like, okay, no bugs, no level skipping, this, that, or the other thing, because that is the challenge. Like if you're able to use anything in the game, that isn't the same experience as, playing the game from start to finish. My go-to example is Mario 3, where if you know how to, you can skip all of the worlds up until the last world.
Yeah.
Using the warp whistles. Like if you did that, you got to Bowser and you beat the game, but did you play the game? Not really.
Yeah, that's a totally different skill. It's a totally different experience.
Jesus Christ!
And I'm kind of wondering, like, how does developers' intent factor into this? Because if they,
I also don't care about the developers' intent. Okay.
Leave a bug in a game because it came out 40 years ago and they couldn't update it or something, versus a game that comes out now and they release it and then it gets like a day one patch, but people then decide not to patch it so that way they can play with the game as it originally shipped. If you see what I mean, like, does that affect kind of the point that Jim Sterling is trying to make, maybe?
It will, because both challenge runs and developer changes to games are going to come up. So we can just soldier on a little bit, see where it goes.
Your Elden Ring experience.
I'm so tired. I'm getting tired.
Is to take a game with so many weapons, so many spells, so many stats, so many builds, and ruthlessly boil it down to a comparative thimbleful of base elements.
That's what it is, actually.
So
all of those things are fundamentally
there you go.
The same thing.
But like, would Jim Sterling agree if there were a weapon that you could pick that one swing of it kills all bosses in the entire game and starts up the credits? I'm assuming you draw the line before that.
No, I don't. If you want to use that weapon, knock yourself out. If you have fun beating the game like that, do whatever you want. Because again, I don't tie my self-esteem to beating a single-player video game. It's that simple.
And so it's like,
I don't care what people do in games. I do what I want to enjoy my video games, and people can do whatever they want to enjoy their video games. It's not a complicated concept, really. It's actually very simple. It's based on this concept, this little concept called live and let live.
Oh, come on, that's ridiculous.
exactly.
That's silly.
And then it'd be like, all right, I'll go a little chill, and then we just scale it until we find the line.
Back down,
You get the people that'll then say, yeah, I use that weapon because like I have things to do in my life, so I don't have time to play a whole video game and get good at it. I just want to beat all the bosses and see the ending.
I've got 2 minutes
and
tonight.
Then they wonder how come my series that I loved is now shit.
The biggest example of this across the whole of the Soulsborne series would have to be co-op. To the purist, you haven't really played a Soulsborne game if you summon other players to
I will say there's a meaningful difference, I think, between co-op and summoning. As in, summoning an AI to help you versus playing with a friend. There's a very different experience.
Okay.
Even summoning another random player to help you.
Yeah.
Help you. At best, you've played it on easy mode. At worst, you've cheated not only the game, but yourself.
I mean, yeah, you can be dramatic about it.
Yeah,
it's just
you could make the voice, but it's kind of true.
People just want
No, it's not.
It's genuinely
this is so stupid. This is... I've already talked about it a million times. I don't have to repeat for the 50th time why this whole thing is stupid.
It feels fucking great to do it, and then someone else does it, but played something completely different. You're like, okay, well, we can't really talk about the experience of defeating any given...
This feels like those Democrats ads where Republicans force you to give the birth.
Like, if you wipe out Ornstein and Smo in one hit versus, doing it like it took you like fucking half. Let's just say like something ridiculous. Imagine taking 9 hours to not even defeat Orphan of Kos or something like that. I know, an insane example that no. But finally defeating him, and then someone's like, "You fucking loser! I just got did the thing and it killed it first try." And you're like, "Yeah, okay, that's fine." But did you learn anything about how it worked or what?
I love the comments. In short, play Souls games the way you want to play, but don't expect the community to shake your hand if you take the easier route. Yeah, I don't care about the community. I extra don't care about the community. Why would I care about the community? I don't play games for the community and for it to shake my hand. Whatever.
Experience they would try to...
An opposition political leader put their ego into a game when he challenged the prime minister to FIFA.
Get out of you and how it's different, and it's just like, no, and you're like, okay then.
Also consider joining the page lucyhazard.org/live and donating/subscribing.
And we can't really talk about it, can we?
Yeah, but it sounds like he accepts the premise, but without like actually accepting the premise. There's a deference to the label of difficulty mode, which seems to, because he acknowledges just in that section that there is such a thing as an easy mode, which is easier than a harder mode of the game. But because using co-op or using summons isn't labeled as being easier, therefore it's perfectly acceptable to label it just as hard mode is. Whereas if the game just told you, hey, because you're using summons, we're going to now bump you down to normal, he might not even be making this argument because the game would have done his thinking for him.
I honestly don't care. Why would I join the site? We have cool emotes there that I drew.
Yeah, like Jim can use a mocking voice for it all he wants, but you are cheating yourself out of the experience that most people will say are the reasons to play these games if you don't at least try to see, okay, what's it like fighting one of these bosses one-on-one? By denying the even attempt, you've cheated yourself out of that experience.
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked he even holds this position. That's why I'm shocked he even holds this position, because this is something that you experience in so many different games. Like this concept is going to come up, and you're going to realize there's some things that just break the mechanics and ruin the fun of the game. And it's just something you think he'd understand as a gamer. You don't need to just
as a gamer.
So we're already using my boss thing as an example. I then went on to New Game Plus, got to the boss again, and then beat him first try, and I was like,
probably felt pretty good.
I mean, how does it benefit you? Oh, you can subscribe to me on that page, which means paying me a monthly subscription, or you can donate to me. And it benefits me because if you donate to me from the page, then it takes the page takes a lot less of a cut than Twitch or YouTube.
That felt so fucking good, because I battered my face against this fucking boss for 9 hours straight, beat him then.
It used to be nothing, now it's 10%.
Go back and just do it on the first try. It was fucking awesome.
Just it's a fair comment, Spoiled, right? So this argument goes both ways. If a player beats them with a method that works and they enjoyed it, and then you come in and spoil their fun. So what I'm working with, and I assume most people are, is that whenever someone says, like, using summons makes it way easier and a completely different experience, it's a person who's done it. As in, they've completed the game without using summons, and then they gave a go at what playing with summons is like. Usually, when we talk about it, we do come from a place of criticism about what it does to the interactions with the enemies. We're familiar with it. We know how summoning works, and we've done it. Point being, you know, it's not like an experience, like everyone chose a random experience, and everyone should be able to just enjoy them all equally. We're talking about, as mentioned in the video, there's a lot of Dark Souls aficionados who are like, oh, that.
Yeah, I don't care about Dark Souls aficionados.
That element of the game kind of makes it so that you can't have access.
I think the Cuffless Wiggler was just a default thing. I don't think I've added a Wiggler. I think this is a default emote.
Access to this part of the game, said from a point of view.
Has it been taken down? That's interesting.
Of someone who's played it a bazillion times, sort of thing. So, as opposed to saying you should not ever play it the way that you're enjoying it, it's please, at least once, try playing the game without summons. That's
okay.
That's the best version of this argument as far as I'm concerned.
But
I wouldn't want to prevent people from using summons, by the way. I do it every once in a while. It's fun. It can be fun.
It's just playing the line, like you said.
The first
I don't have a line.
Through I did with summons, because I was like, oh, that's a new mechanic, I want to check that out. And then I went through the game. It's like, wow, this was really easy with those summons. And then I played without the summons, like, this is a completely different game, and realized I don't know any of the movesets from any of the enemies.
I think that Sterling is dishonest enough that if I said I used a summon, 2 of them, and they killed the boss and I didn't do anything, you know, is that chill? So, like, yes, that is absolutely valid, fine, and you had fun. And I'd be like,
yeah, I had fun. So,
you know, you don't think maybe that I should give a go at playing the boss myself? Or
I mean, you can if you want, and that's where the conversation should end, probably.
Should just watch all the summons do it for me throughout the whole game. Like,
she tried to combat what people weren't watching. I mean, she still had a bigger audience than me, so. People weren't watching is very subjective, because by that standard, nobody's watching me. and I still keep keeping, okay? I still going, even though technically speaking, if you say that nobody watched Scaffolds, then nobody's watching me. She went big and lost it. Well, I never was big, so. Mother Ducker, I bought the game, I get to decide how I play it. True. That is all that it boils down to. Nobody gets to dictate to you how you play your game. I mean, he did a fundraiser for $100,000.
Like, why are we being this silly?
Well,
you can compartmentalize the experience out really quickly into like, okay, so I summoned 2 guys to kill the boss for me. Okay, I went on YouTube and watched a co-op.
I hired my friend to do it.
Okay, if you really want to hire your friend to do it, again, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Didn't Miyazaki literally talk about how the inspiration for Dark Souls came from him being stuck at the side of the road and strangers helped get his car going again? Interesting.
I went on YouTube and I watched a co-op playthrough. I had essentially the same amount of engagement with what was going on. So what's the difference? Have I still like played the game in such a way that I can claim to have played the game?
Well, I think what bothers me the most is the denial of a difference. Like, it's not so much that I'm like pissed if someone
I just don't care about the difference.
Decides to play Elden Ring or Bloodborne or whatever with summons. It's just like to say that that is no different than if you like that there's no different in the experience you had than if you played it without summons, because summons are part of the game. I'm just like, well, that's just not true. It is different.
Okay, just I don't care.
If you're saying that it's no different, that's insane. Yeah.
It's like, now the game doesn't matter how you do it. And it's like, well,
there's a foundation that's something that we'd all like to advocate for as well. It's like video games are a wonderful place where you can make any of your choices and you all have unique experiences. Like yes. And it's like, so
yes, it should be one yes and end of discussion, actually.
If I happen to choose something that makes it so I skip to the credits, I've played it just as much as you have. It's like, no. Like, and you're like, what do you mean no? I can do whatever I want. It's like, okay.
Yes, I can, but like
that's the
same thing.
Giving the audience autonomy cuts both
Jesus, so much whining. So much whining.
ways. You give them the ability to have these experiences that are uniquely personal and whatnot, and you get access to your audience in different ways, but you also give them the ability to fuck around in your art, which can be really bad for it.
And fuck things up for sure.
This is making
Why? How is it bad for it if you can just play around with the game? That's so stupid. Especially if the game is single player.
Me wonder, like, everything that he and we are talking about is making the game easier by doing interacting with a mechanic that makes the game worse because it gets easier. But does this all apply if you don't choose to make the game harder? So, like, for some reason, this example comes to mind in Baldur's Gate 3. There is a particular fight where you have a special ability only for that fight. And the fight is tuned for you to have that ability and to use it. Okay. It's possible to beat the fight without using it, but it's so much harder to do it that way. So did you play the fight, quote unquote, properly if you use that special ability?
I think you're almost moving into the discussion of challenge runs, right, at least adjacent to. And because I think I understand what you're saying is, like, this seems to only come up, it doesn't usually come up for things that make the game harder, does it? People don't say, like, hey, you got to play it purely with the thing.
Oh my god.
The devs provide you in a overt or explicit way. It's usually if it makes the game extremely easy, which, by the way, there's way more to discuss than Spirit Ashes in Elden Ring. I think that the way a lot of the healing systems work, like DS2's life gems, make the game completely trivial. And it's just like, well, but you have to talk to the old lady at the beginning a couple of times to unlock that. It's like, yeah. Dark Souls 1,
no effort at all.
If you get the sort out all of the shit with Pinwheel, like, you get way more health. I still think that's incredibly well balanced by comparison to some of the shit that we have in other From Software stuff. Point being, there are lots of decisions you can make in lots of these games. You can crank up your sword to, like, the maximum level before you attack any given boss and make them all super easy. But I think Dark Souls community players and stuff, if you do that because you carefully search the whole world, you discovered how the systems work, you upgrade your weapons, and then you attack the bosses, that's mostly like going to be seen as kind of cool that you figured that out and then you defeated the enemies with that information. As opposed to you walking toward the fog wall and it's like, you want help? And then you press A, and then it beats it for you. It's very like,
boss, yes,
oh.
no.
And again, I'm not trying to take away from how fun that can be. It's just a different experience. And a lot of people find it dissatisfying to try and discuss how they went through the game. Again, I almost want to move away from Dark Souls sometimes because it's always the example.
I was about
but,
to say, can
you know,
I add an example that's outside of the realm of Dark Souls? But go ahead.
You know COD 4's opening where you do that training mission and you have to, he's like, go, go. If someone says to you, it's like, yeah, I fucking nailed that. And you're like, oh, sweet.
We're really getting better views now on the VODs. Jesus Christ. So much transphobia in the trans video that I've published, of course. People who don't enjoy it will do something else. People who enjoy it will do it. What kind of discussion is that? A stupid one. This is a very stupid discussion.
You get the veteran rating. It's like,
also, I'm gonna grab a slice of pizza. Unless it's cheating and it's not enjoying food the right way or something. This is a really stupid discussion. Estelle. A really silly discussion. Bonjour. Teletubbichou. 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 But if you don't play the game the way I want you to play, then have you even played it? Have you even? I don't think so. Loser.
No, I got the casual one, but I still completed it. It's like,
you completed it. You clearly didn't nail it.
That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I don't care about nailing it. You know what response would be? Okay, I didn't nail it. I don't give a fuck. True. Don't trivialize your eating experience by making the food tasty.
The suggestion is a rating of how well you did.
You're better than me because you got the veteran rate. It's like, well, no, but it genuinely plays different if you nail the veteran rate. It's kind of like why I like that sequence so much. It trains you to be faster. It trains you to learn the environment.
You've engaged with more of what
good for you. I don't care.
The game has to offer. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there a thing in the first Assassin's Creed game where the final boss? It's supposed to be quite a long fight, drawn out fight with that guy. But if you spam the hidden blade right at the beginning, you can just stab him and he'll die. And basically you skip the entire final boss battle. You do technically kill him, you still see the resolution of the story. You've done all of that, but you've missed, effectively, an entirely designed encounter that the game has put in there for a reason, because there's a little glitch in it which allows you to skip it. You've seen the same story, but you haven't seen everything that the game has to offer you in that situation, because you've exploited it and it's skipped.
How does Jim Sterling justify, principally, the difference of using something that is an exploit or a glitch versus something that's in the game as intended but is blatantly overpowered or essentially easy mode?
I don't care to make some differentiation. Do whatever you want in your single player games. Literally. Hello, Incub.
Principal difference between the those.
I don't have some principle differentiation.
I just wouldn't engage and say, well, if it's fun, then it doesn't matter. If that person had fun using the exploit, then that's the same as beating it on the highest difficulty.
You're stupid. You people are very stupid.
With no summons or whatever.
The difference is that you're not playing by the rules of the game, surely.
Oh, I know that. I'm saying that I'm willing to bet that's
why is Jim? Why does he give a shit about playing about the rules of the game? If ultimately there is no sense in honor, no sense of like actual earned accomplishment. It's all.
Oh no! Oh, my sense of accomplishment. Oh wow! Whatever will I do?
Basically,
with myself.
Game. I would be curious how he justifies that.
I would like to know.
Also misgendering, whatever. I'm not even surprised. There are a bunch of idiots.
No, you know how in Call of Duty 4, like,
sense of pride and accomplishment. I'm sorry, I don't derive my sense of pride and accomplishment out of single-player video games. You eat Oreos by splitting them and licking the middle? I do eat them like that. That's not how producer intended, and you're contributing to a culture of wrong eaters, true. You're robbing yourself of the experience of the mixed flavors of the filling and the thing.
Depending on, Modern Warfare 2 and stuff, depending on how well you do in that course,
I do just separate it and lick the middle. Guilty as charged.
The price will say different things about how well you did, right? If you did it pretty slowly, it'll be like, not very impressive. And then the better you get, the more complimentary it is. I'm curious if Sterling would say, is it good, neutral, or bad when the game essentially makes a definitive statement on how good it thinks you are at the game? Should it do that?
I don't care if a game does that. You know what? Do you know why? Because I don't care if the game judges me not to be good. That's it.
Captain Price have an opinion on how well you did, or is that disparaging or discouraging to players that aren't as good that Captain Price says, you could have done better, Soap. Like, not very
a game that adjusts or a game like Resident Evil 4 on normal, where it will adjust the difficulty according to how tough of a time that you're having. That's essentially
the game do
like
that? That's right. Should the game come along and say, I see you doing a bit shit, so we can lower the difficulty for you, that would make you feel better.
Even things like Devil May Cry
are doing really well, so let's make it harder.
Yeah.
I like
games like Devil May Cry 2 are constantly giving you on-screen ratings of how well you're playing, which encourages you to use more varied techniques and get better at it.
The notion that art can be objectively measured is a fascistic tendency, I guess. Yeah.
Instead of just spamming things.
Yeah.
Offering a low difficulty is so humiliated.
I just wanted to give one. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, sorry. I just want to do a far-fetched example, but like, for example, if you participated in the Tour de France and you're like, oh man, I was in the Tour de France. That was crazy. I had such a great achievement, but you use an e-bike. You'd be like, oh, that's not really the same thing.
There's so many ways to break it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like this is a concept. Or go ahead.
No, but on the other hand, it's like another guy participated. Is like, oh yeah, and right before the race, I broke both my legs to give me that extra challenge. Like, no, you don't have to do that.
That is impressive.
Yeah, when you mention things about
people are impressively stupid.
Competitive, it just becomes
I did a handstand and ran the whole thing.
I think this is a concept that people who play PvP are generally going to be, more open to understanding. I remember specifically in the
there's a difference between playing a PvP game, an online competitive game, and a single player game. And I didn't think that it would be such a difficult to understand difference, but I guess here we are. These people are stupid. There's a difference between playing StarCraft on the ladder and playing StarCraft in the campaign.
The UFC Undisputed 3 game. If you get hurt while standing up, you can still defend yourself. You can still move your head. You can still clinch up, do certain things. But if you got hurt while you're on the ground, you're pretty much defenseless. And everyone I know who played this game understood that wasn't a satisfying way to win. So you'd basically let the person reset, and then finish it in an appropriate way. And it's just
Okay.
it kills the fun because they have absolutely no way to defend themselves. And with PvP players, it's just something that people are open to and understand. But with games like this, it just feels like anytime you talk about, winning in an honorable way, it comes off as pretentious to them. I don't understand the line there.
Actually, speaking of
You're
fighting games,
stupid if you don't
one thing I really
understand
like
it.
about playing Tekken 8 online is if someone's using the simplified control schemes where you can kind of just do more powerful moves with single buttons instead of actually putting the combos together, it shows you that on the screen. So like that they're using the I forget exactly what it's called, like custom controls or I don't know, like quick mode. And so when you beat someone using just the standard controls, it is almost like a different type of satisfying to be like, yay.
Okay.
I'm using the cheater controls and I still beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like all you controller players in Apex Legends.
The aim assist and shit.
Oh fuck, it's unreal.
I fucking love that aiming is optional now in shooters.
It is actually absurd. Apex Legends is a game I've played it a shit ton.
Oh my god, these people are just...
Got friends who played it. I've played it a whole bunch. And holy actual shit, if you play, and this is after like a universal 20% plus nerf to everything. If you are playing on mouse and keyboard, you are at a disadvantage because the aim assist and the help that you get from that game's software.
Also, even if you have simplified input of moves, you still have to use the right move at the right time.
So strong that it's probably the most popular clan tag in Apex Legends is M and K.
You still have to combine those moves in the correct way as well. That's
because people actually want to make it known that either claim to be on mouse and keyboard or they
also there's the really big difference between competitive games online or what have you and single player games.
Play on mouse and keyboard.
It's because someone just mentioned in chat, and you just need the game for you to make you understand this position. But if someone says, "Yes, I beat Call of Duty World at War on Veteran," you're like, "Oh my god, you did it too? Yeah, it was insane." It's like, "Yeah, I played with grenades off though." Like, no, you didn't beat it on Veteran. They're like, "Yeah, I did." It's like, "No, you did. Shut up." Yeah.
There's a level of frustration that World of War on Veteran creates that few other games have ever matched. Honestly,
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's like
Call of Duty's not generally
just to be
like,
clear,
hey, this game's
shit,
really...
but it's
okay, that's cool if you want to play games to be frustrated. Good on you, but not everybody wants that.
very difficult.
Yeah.
Frustration is a word I chose specifically.
I kind of respect for I think it was Devil May Cry had a mode in most of their games called the easy automatic mode or auto mode, where it would handle
With aim assist, because analogs are shit compared to mouse accuracy.
all
That's
the crazy
true.
combos.
That is true.
For you, but I believe it was the MC5, which actually would put a little
It makes the game more fluid. True.
notification on your screen at all times saying auto in the corner. So when you see reviewers and stuff like,
can't do that.
yeah, you see like streamers and reviewers like, the so and so I did all this crazy combos. Like, no, you didn't. You held down the button. But okay, it's fine.
You just press the A button. That's what you
Mash
did.
triangle.
Yeah.
Or triangle.
Either way, you didn't have a real Elden Ring experience because you used a feature that Elden Ring has. Yeah, way to not play Elden Ring.
So what if it wasn't an intended feature? What if it was a third-party feature?
I would not give a fuck. Here you go. That's my answer.
Because all the arguments you've made so far apply still. Because the first time you mentioned
that
this.
applies serious for a second. Like,
that
you
applies
had a
to
Yeah, they don't. They apply if you're an idiot, but whatever.
experience, but you had an experience that a lot of people
Imagine GTA 5 or 4 without aim assist.
say there's a strong chance that the experience was lesser than.
I'm
if you
sorry, I just don't care. I just don't care what people do in single-player games when they play them. I do not care if they cheat, not cheat, use exploits, use broken items, broken build. I don't care. Do whatever you want when you play single-player games.
done it yourself. I think, like, I'm willing to stand on business and say, like, it's
Play your games the way you want to play your games. Still the quality of life improvement for the controllers. Yeah, I know.
more likely than not that if you beat a boss using summons, you are going to have a lesser experience, for better or for worse.
But I don't care either way, to be quite honest. Just people are allowed to play their games however they want.
Someone who just did it themselves.
I think it's okay to say you are more than likely statistically going to have had less fun. And I know there's like, you can't know that. It's like, I think you can if you broaden it out to like, if you did test subjects or something, I think you get that result.
If you believe wellness surveys are a thing, then you have to believe that's a thing.
It's purely anecdotal, but the number of people,
oh my god,
like comparatively, I've seen like struggle with a boss and get super emotional and happy when they actually beat it.
Yeah,
like, you know, they're having a lot of fun with it. Versus people like the number of times I've seen someone summon for a boss and basically just roll through it stone faced.
Yeah.
Like they don't really it's at that point.
Did you know that they know better than you about how best to enjoy the game you're playing? The statistics are everything. The statistics they are pulled out of their true.
Point that I start to want.
Of course I'm gonna enjoy myself less if I play this game in this way. The statistics say so. Okay.
What you're actually getting out of it, which is why I'd be willing to call it a lesser experience. It's become something very cheap in that sense.
Yeah, you
probably wouldn't frame it as like
you're just stupid.
Of the amount of fun that you had, in the sense that the way that the game is quote unquote meant to be played, like not using summons, like the frustration is kind of the point, right? You're actually supposed to not have fun through a large part of the learning experience in order to.
Fuck me, man! You fuck me! Oh my god, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Bank up the relief feeling of finally managing to learn everything and then beat it at the end.
Supposed to is
I wouldn't necessarily
complicated.
say you had less fun or more fun, but you were definitely having a different like emotional experience one way or the other.
Do you have fun from the
Oh my god.
challenge, or do you have fun from just completing the game and just saying, you know?
Built in.
I don't know. People are individuals. People derive fun from different things.
Depending on the person.
Built into what I think Theo was trying to say there was that you can't know for sure, so you wouldn't really want to make the statement, but I'd be willing to bet that you'd have more fun if you hadn't used summons. It's a really, and that's just based on experience of watching loads of people play the game. It's it's part of why it's advocated.
What if I'm an exception?
But I just find this super interesting. Like, you're using something that's in the game, retard. It's like, okay, what if it wasn't?
Well, so what if it's a bug or a glitch?
I don't care.
What if it wasn't in the game? What if it wasn't intended to be in the game? What if it's a third-party thing? What if
Wouldn't
they added
care.
it way later? Should I be using it now?
I don't care.
Even though it wasn't there in the original base. Yeah, I mean, you know, so
like
I
the
wouldn't
devs actually fucked up.
I wouldn't want to put a principle on whether or not it was supposed to be in the game.
Yeah, there should be no principles deciding how you should play your single-player games. That's just stupid. What if it wasn't? What kind of a question is that? I know. But it's not a third-party thing. It was made by the developers. I know. I wouldn't care if it... I would not care even if it was a third-party thing. Okay? Hello, ever heard of Lily, Mallow, and Lana from Pokemon Sun and Moon? No, I have not played these games. What if your way to play wasn't in the game? True.
Like, cause
I don't care about people using third-party tools in games. Do you know that modding games is a thing?
It just feels like that's a bit flimsy in terms of what we should try and advocate for.
We should not be advocating for policing how people play their games.
And it's not just summoning. You'll find purists.
Oh, and also like an example of this would be like so in RimWorld, amazing game, everyone should play it. When I beat the game without mods the first time, it was more difficult, but it was very satisfying. Obviously, the first time I'd done it, so
Okay.
it was particularly satisfying.
Good for you.
But I have way more fun when I use mods with a game, and when I beat the game with mods, it's easier because I have a lot of different options and stuff like that, and it's just better with mods. But it's easier, but it's more satisfying. It feels better. It's more fun. So you can have both, and they can be different, but they can still be similar.
To not play Elden Ring.
So
And it's
they've
not just
defeated their
summoning.
own argument.
You'll find purists scrutinizing every aspect of play to find things that invalidate their idea of authenticity.
This guy
by
plays
offending their
Rimworld
sense of
to win.
purity. If you use a weapon that
Oh
purists
my
deem is
God.
overpowered, you didn't play Elden Ring. If
Yeah, all you people who say, "Oh yeah, I'm good at Battlefield 3," and like, really, how many stars do you have with the M16A3? Okay, that's what I
So-
thought, or the AEK. Okay, okay.
Oh my God.
Not to
alright,
get
alright.
annoying about this, but really quickly, like on my Shadow of the Erdtree video, the number of comments I've received doing exactly this in reverse, like essentially invalidating my game experience because I didn't choose to use certain things, as opposed to invalidating my game experience because I did choose to use them. I don't understand why that's like necessarily fine, I suppose. Like, if I'm not having fun with Elden Ring, let's say because I'm playing it in a certain way, and someone says you should be using all of these other options that you don't want to use, apparently that's just much more like understandable as a position.
It was funny when I first ever played Dark Souls on stream, and I killed a Black Knight, and he dropped Black Knight.
Listen, when people when people play single player games, I don't think I've ever told them you should play like this. I'm too irritated for commenting on this.
Sword, and I was like, huh, neat. All of chat were like, no. And I was like, whoa, what? What's wrong? It was like, is it like a curse item or something? They're just all just sad faces because they know how much easier the game gets with that. I was like, okay.
Okay.
I mean, you can technically play Uncharted with Donut Drake and Infinite Ammo and all that other stuff, and that's built into the game. But I don't think that's what they intended. Naughty Dog intended you to play the game. So
you can turn yourself into a god if you put all the cheats in with Grand Theft Auto, but everybody knows that ruins the fun. You know, there's a million examples of this. I can't believe this. This is controversial at all.
this is a gray area because it was built into the actual game world. Like it's not labeled as a cheat or a tweak or anything like that. So there is an argument that it is a way to play the game, and if it's built into the game, you can't really argue that it wasn't designed into the game.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that, and nobody's saying you can't have fun with it either. It's just a matter of, there's no clip in God mode and Quake, and if you put those on and beat the game, like I beat it on the hardest difficulty, it's like, no, you didn't. And if someone says that's gatekeeping, it's just like, well, I mean, yeah, sure. Like, is this category?
Sometimes gatekeeping is.
I don't.
It's necessary. Like, I'm tired of gatekeeping being like fundamentally a negative thing. Some people don't know what they're talking about, and they need people who have standards to explain it. Like
Standards. You're so stupid.
Like, if you beat Quake with God mode on, like, fundamentally, I just don't understand what you're really getting out of it.
Oh, you know what? That sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a your little personal problem to work out with your therapist.
Of the game significantly easier, you didn't play Elden Ring. If you use entire classes of magic deemed invalid.
Okay, those are meaningless. We need to have standards in our video game achievements. Come on. This is so silly. I cannot treat this seriously. They're complaining about not being able to gatekeep. I know. It's so stupid.
You didn't play Elden Ring. If you use the
again, though.
I'm not saying you didn't play it.
Again, though.
It's that you didn't get the experience that people generally will say is the reason to play those games.
I don't care what people. I don't give a flying what people say is the experience that you played a game for. I played a game for my individual experience, whatever I choose it to be. I'm not a sheep, okay?
That's a different thing than saying you did not play
Just move on, dude. Move on. True.
You can access early game that you can just cast and it insta-gives it any enemy at all.
If gaming is the place you think needs to be gatekept, you're a moron and you have strange priorities. True. You do. Or hear me out. You don't really have much going on in your life. Who cares if I'm having fun? Yeah. Say, okay, I'm glad you enjoyed the game. That's not the way I enjoyed it. Here's how I enjoyed it. I would have respected that, okay? Oh, you had fun with the game this way. Well, I did this, and I found that other way quite fun as well. And that's the end of the conversation. But have you considered that I am the arbiter of all gaming? Oh, yeah, I forgot. You're right. Sorry. My apologies.
Well, I mean, well, you know, like,
my sincerest apologies.
Maybe it's just you should avoid it if you're gonna. It just makes the game not a game.
What? Makes the game not a game? That's.
What the point is.
It's like if you played 500 hours of Minecraft creative mode and you said you're like a pro at Minecraft. It's like, yeah.
What a pathetic thing to say. I'm a pro at Minecraft, by the way. You don't have to make it a war. True, you don't.
I mean, you know Minecraft, I guess, but you haven't actually played what people commonly associate with the standard way of playing Minecraft.
Okay.
Building.
I'm a pro at Minecraft.
Structures, you don't even know if they're good at that.
Yeah.
Building something in survival as opposed to creative is just going to be more impressive because you're working with limitations and resources.
Okay, nobody cares. Literally nobody cares.
Also, this is all framed, as it always is with these topics, that when you come around...
Nobody cares.
It's like, hey, maybe you want to try it without the summons because it's a different experience. It's always framed like you're trying to ruin the experience for the other person. It's like, no. I got into this because of the thing I'm telling you to try, and then tell me what you think, because I want you to like this part of the experience as well. Like, imagine you've been on your friend's ass for like years, like, try Dark Souls, and then they do Elden Ring, and they get the fucking Mimic here, and just bruise for everything, and they come back, it's like, it wasn't even that hard, as you said. It's like, oh, did you use summons? Like, yeah.
I'm turned into a grist,
try without, and then you know what I mean with the experience that I'm trying to explain to you. It's not like, oh, it's great you had fun, but try it this way and see what I actually mean with the experience I've been doing since Dark Souls.
Actually, I'm pretty sure most people just go into build mode to build really intricate and complex stuff in Minecraft, and they like to just take their time on it without interruption.
1, 2, 3. Well, not 2, but you know.
Yeah, and there's a difference about if you don't have a similar experience, and if they just cheat themselves that way. I know exactly what you mean.
Cheated themselves.
Because you're trying to at least be able to discuss the different things you guys experienced and different steps that you took to overcome the challenge. But then you realize they just cheated and put on all this bullshit, and it's like, what's the point of even talking to you now? We didn't.
How dare you enjoy the game like that? If I were you, I wouldn't enjoy the game like that, and that makes me better. Lol, you play Minecraft in creative? That's wrong.
Experience the same thing.
Well, and I think the difference
doesn't equal one experience.
Yes.
The difference in the person responding that too is them saying, "All right, yeah, I'll give it a shot," or saying, "No, I already beat the game." It's like, well,
that's sort of the thing is this is again just so like easy, because you can like do this thing that humans are quite good at, where you talk to another person and you say, hey, I think you might have more fun playing this way, or I got a lot more out of the game playing it in this way, and I think it might be worth your while to give it a try, and then the other person can decide whether or not that is like worth their time. And this is all like a really simple interaction that can happen on a day-to-day basis even.
No.
We don't have to get so upset about it.
Well, you're getting upset.
Yeah, you did.
For anyone who doesn't know, Mimic Tier is hilarious.
Tier. Why did you add an S?
Didn't they update this? They nerfed it?
Yeah, they nerfed it like twice. It's still broken, but they nerfed it like twice.
Yeah, because in the original version, for anybody who didn't play it, it's insanity. The Mimic Tier is so insane. You can sub it.
I bought the game, I had fun playing it, go fuck yourself and let me enjoy myself however the duck I want to. At a certain point of survival Minecraft, you've created so many resource farms and generators that it's just creative with a health bar. Not very interesting past then.
It just beats any boss.
Yeah. The only one who could kill for you was Melania because she would just use it as a lifesteal dummy.
Right.
Play Elden Ring. Oh wait, forget just the Mimics tier. I've seen it argued that if you use Spirit Ash's at
It's on your screen.
Come on. The person who edited it is not the same as the person who spoke this.
Okay.
Reading is hard.
I just want them to do like a AI dub over the Mimics tier, which is everything.
Didn't play Elden Ring. Spirit Ashes. That was what threw into sharp relief for me just what an extreme position the video game purist has, despite years...
It's a really bad example because everyone agrees, at least in the original iteration, that Mimic Tier kind of fucked everything up.
Okay.
I mean, when I was playing it, I was laughing at how effective it was. It was hilarious. Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, it's the actual meme at this point. So to be like, oh, that apparently changes the experience. Like, yeah. To the point where the devs realize they had to do something.
I don't care if it does.
Yeah,
It's laughable.
The devs changed it.
It's a
That goes
second
against
view
his
with
whole point.
way more health. It's just...
of us all just kind of getting used to people discussing the most pure ways of playing Soulsborne games. That should give you an idea of how long I've been sitting on some of these video subjects as well, considering how soon after Elden Ring came out we had people saying anyone who uses Spirit Ashes is playing the game wrong and having an invalid time. Actually, that doesn't give you an idea of how long I've been sitting on some of these videos. I've got subjects I've been meaning to...
We're not saying you had an invalid time. Yeah. I mean, without unpacking what the fuck do you mean by invalid time, but
just different. It's not the same.
You had an experience that is not typical of what either the devs were going for artistically, or you had an experience that is not worthy of praise.
Don't you
I
know
believe
that
it is lesser.
You just complained you couldn't gatekeep. True.
The worst versions of every argument that you have to deal with.
No, but if Jim didn't have those, who would he argue with?
There was one random fucking idiot on YouTube who said something. Oh shit! I'm gonna pick that one and then use it to represent the total.
No, Jim went. Thank God someone said it. Yes.
Most incompetently phrased, like most aggressive version of the argument. And then it just makes life so easy. It's really easy to argue with the worst version of these arguments.
Yep. Thank God that one YouTube commenter said something retarded. Oh, thank God. Or else my job would be difficult.
I mean...
Oh,
The
he
YouTube
even got
commenter
2
would
likes.
never.
2 likes on that one. That's a banger. This is a really popular one. This reflects what most people think.
Going viral.
Numbers.
At least he's consistent though, because he's treating the argument in the same way as he treats his games. Apparently, it's just like you play the easiest version of the game.
That's perfectly
Is
fair.
the dog Rags? Pretty sure it is. Oh my god. I don't know. Rags is a person that I've last seen like a billion years ago. I didn't even know Rags was still a thing.
Ooh.
Tackle for about a decade. The Spirit Ash system, where you collect ghostly companions based on monsters and other characters to fight alongside you, is one of Elden Ring's most interesting.
And tell me, how many people take issue? I know, right?
it's interesting.
How many people take issue with you grabbing just some wolves versus the Mimic Tier, I wonder?
I don't care.
How many people take issue with you having just a guy with a spear who does a poke every once in a while versus a copy of you with like a significant chunk of health that the boss has difficulty dealing with? Wonder if there's any nuance here at all.
How about a guy you can summon who does % max health damage to the boss and just lops off a portion of its health bar once every few seconds?
And distracts the boss and completely changes the the
Okay. That's the big one if you ask me.
It is. No, it's huge. It's what fucks the boss
It's the
up
thing
completely.
I said last time, right?
I
Is that it's
don't care.
massively compounding in that you're dealing damage, they're dealing damage, and you're both gaining more damage windows because the mimic or whatever your summon is attacking with no regard for its own safety, and you're getting windows while the boss is attacking it. You're getting compounding.
Wow, amazing. Again, main inspiration for Dark Souls, according to Miyazaki, was cooperation for experience of his car breaking down and strangers appearing to help him out. Well, maybe Miyazaki doesn't know what makes a pure experience then.
Like,
Have you considered that? Have you considered that maybe he just doesn't know?
Freebies.
By the developer and given a significant level of focus in the game itself. And yet you have some self-styled fans saying that if you use it, you're not really...
Sorry, they're not fans now?
Self-styled. They're not really fans. You're a self-styled
You don't play.
Okay. Can you move on? Are they just gonna dissect this phrase for 10 minutes now? This phrasing.
Now who's fucking gatekeeping?
Really playing
You
the
have no
game.
way
I
to
mean,
do
just
it,
speaking for
Toles, let's
myself,
be
but if
honest
I'd
here.
worked on Elden Ring, I'd be bloody offended hearing that. Just like summoning.
What if they changed it?
What?
You're a self-styled gamer.
You're talking about
Would
like,
it not
oh,
be offended by you
the
calling people
devs put in
self-styled fans?
the devs put
Why
shit
should-
in, and then there's fans saying you shouldn't be using it. That's offensive. It's like, what if the devs themselves agree?
Why should that speak to anything? Why would it even matter?
I don't care if the devs agree. What now? Jesus Christ Almighty! I play my games however I want. I don't need the devs' approval to do that.
The dev was offended.
Oh no, the dev was offended. Whatever will I do? Can we move on from these guys? Yeah, I think we've had enough. Oh no, the devs were offended. Chatting with counterpoints. I'm gonna be talking with counterpoints on Wednesday, so let's check it out.
Calling out moral failures of people and also allowing like descriptive reality to exist.
This is gonna be the guy that I'll be
along
talking
with
to on
not
Wednesday.
allowing political projects to die because you're getting sucked into the
Well, I think it's a
drama
trivially
bullshit.
easy thing to do. I don't even think it's a
Like,
real-
I think chatting minors is a little bit more than drama bullshit, but you know.
Trivially easy. How?
trivially easy. You tell somebody like, oh, I think, hey, if they could.
I do what?
Hi, Lucy Haza. Hello.
You just tell somebody. If you think somebody fucked up, they say, hey, I think you fucked up. Like, change this behavior. Don't do it again. Like, I think it's the easiest thing in the world to do.
Okay, but what if we disagree on something? So, for instance, like
We can have disagreements. If there is a disagreement where like the moral disagreement is so
Yeah, Destiny, you fucked up. You don't chat minors anymore. So many bad words, true. Okay, let's move on from this. Shea Diversity as a failed artist. Oh no. Oh no. What is... was the Oreo? Xanderhall. Yeah, I guess you should, but what about if she wasn't 17? Kid not kin his life? Well, this stream has not started yet, though. Folding ideas? I don't see folding ideas. Let's see what Xanderhall's up to.
The problem is that for reasons that were never fully explained to the American public, we have imported hundreds of thousands of Somalis into the United States. And when you're talking about numbers that large, then inevitably transformation will occur. This transformation won't simply involve the construction of mosques, the establishment of Somali sporting leagues.
Culture always transforms, okay? Cultures are not static.
The
I love how now the woke takeover isn't just...
Oh, what pathetic. Would Greta Thunberg be a good Secretary of Sustainability? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. He's watching the Daily Wire pretending to debunk it from an informed position. True. Also, consider joining the page and donating or subscribing so that I can, do things that I need to do. I'll be right back. Poland is pretty warm. I answered. Also, what's with the him? The UK has turned into a pretty scary place, a bit like 1930s Germany. Interesting. Boogie. What? I assume those are the bronze ducks. Okay. I think we're gonna cover one of Carl Parker's topics, and then I'm gonna lie down. We're gonna do RFK Jr. Let's see. I would prefer not guessing, like, is this any... I see. RFK Jr. peddles dubious health claims as CDC rolls under his leadership. Wow, what a shock. What a shock that the conspiracy theorist that hates vaccines would peddle dubious health claims. Make America healthy again. Make America healthy again. In a week of chaos at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Donald Trump's health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has continued to make questionable medical and health claims. I mean, yeah, he's not a medical professional. A person that has never worked in medical healthcare has been chosen to be the Minister of Healthcare. I think he worked in agriculture or something. He has not worked in healthcare, and has been slammed for them by experts and lawmakers alike. Well, what do you know? What a shock. I don't think anybody could have seen this coming. Oh yes, actually everybody could have seen this coming, because he has had those beliefs for a long time now, and he never hid them. In recent days, Kennedy has been facing increasing calls for his resignation following the Trump administration's firing of the CDC director Susan Monares, which in turn prompted 4 other top officials to quit the agency. The chaos across U.S. health agencies also comes as Kennedy released a slew of controversial and contradictory rules surrounding COVID-19 vaccines. Didn't they say that they will just take all of the COVID-19 vaccines off the market? I feel like I've seen that somewhere. On top of all this turmoil, Kennedy has also met with significant backlash for a handful of outlandish remarks and revelations, which have only fueled the controversy surrounding his leadership at the health department. After the deadly mass shooting at a school in Minneapolis this week, where 2 children were killed and 17 others injured, Kennedy suggested that psychiatric drugs may be contributing to the rise in gun violence across the country. Minister of Health, everybody. Antidepressants cause school shootings. What an amazing time to be an American. What an amazing time. Who knows, maybe Trump will sign an executive order outlawing medical health. ban antidepressants, I guess. During an appearance on Fox and Friends, the host Brian Kilmeade asked Kennedy if the health department was investigating whether medications used to treat gender dysphoria might be linked to school shootings. So, hormones that everybody has, testosterone and estrogen, those are the medication responsible for mass shootings, I guess. Wow. I think not the transition by the transitioning. Whatever. Wow. According to court documents reviewed by The Guardian, the 23-year-old shooter Robin Westman had changed their birth name from Robert to Robin because they identified as a woman. In response to Kilmeade's question, Kennedy, without acknowledging the prevalence and easy accessibility of firearms across the US, said that his department was launching studies on the potential contribution of some of the SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors drugs, and some of the other psychiatric drugs that might be contributing to violence. Kennedy's We're screwed. We are so screwed. I agree. I agree. Kennedy's comments triggered criticisms from the Minnesota Senator Tina Smith, who took to X and wrote, "I dare you to go to Annunciation School and tell our grieving community, in effect, guns don't kill kids. Antidepressants do. Just shut up. Stop peddling bullshit. You should be fired." Agreed. This week, Kennedy also suggested that she could identify mitochondrial challenges in children at airports just by looking at them. What is this, Parasite Eve? Speaking at an event in Texas alongside the state's governor, Greg Abbott, Kennedy claimed, "I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today. As I walk down the street, I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation." Yeah, it is. It is literally just Parasite Eve. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection that they have mitochondrial challenges. And I know that's not how our children are supposed to look. My goodness. In response, Ashish Jha, former White House COVID-19 response coordinator under the Biden administration, said, "I'm sorry, but what? This is wacky, flat earth voodoo stuff. People, this is just not normal." Jha added on X. Then, in a revelation on Thursday, Demetra Daskalskis, who recently resigned as director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases in protest of Monarch's firing, revealed that Kennedy had never been briefed by the CDC experts before making major public health decisions. Speaking to CNN, Daskalakis said, "I think that another important thing to ask the secretary is, has he been briefed by a CDC expert on anything, specifically measles, COVID-19, flu. I think that people should ask him that in the hearing, referring to Kennedy's upcoming hearing before the Senate Finance Committee. Upon being asked what Kennedy's answer would be to Daskalaki said, "The answer is no. No one from my center has ever briefed him on any of those topics. He's getting information from somewhere, but that information is not coming from CDC experts, of course. He's getting the information from his conspiratorial buddies." In a separate statement to the Daily Beast, Daskalaki said, "It's not just that he hasn't asked us. I asked for us to be able to do briefings, and I was told by his office of the secretary officials, some of whom are now fired, that they would be happy to have us do briefings, that they would reach out to be able to set them up. They've never done so." Excellent. Since he assumed leadership over the health department, Kennedy, a longtime anti-vaccine advocate, that already should disqualify you from being the Minister of Healthcare, has fired health agency workers and entertained conspiracy theories. Make America healthy again. Last week, more than 750 current and former employees at U.S. health agencies signed a letter in which they criticized Kennedy as an existential threat to public health. Yeah, make America healthy again. The health agency workers went on to accuse Kennedy of being complicit in dismantling America's public health infrastructure and endangering the nation's health by repeatedly spreading inaccurate health information. The letter comes after a deadly shooting at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta earlier this month, when a 30-year-old gunman fired more than 180 rounds into the buildings, killing a police officer before dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. According to the gunman's father, the shooter had been struggling with mental health issues and was influenced by misinformation that led him to believe the COVID-19 vaccine was making him sick. We know. And there you go. What we learned from this little article is that children are dealing with mitochondrial issues and they shouldn't be looking like they do. Thank you. This was a beautiful last segment to end this stream on. I'm so happy. I'm gonna raid you into somebody that will appreciate you all. It's gonna be beautiful. And I'm sure they will definitely raid me back in the future. I am so confident in that. Kidnotkin? I don't know who to raid. Well, you did more work than me. You did not. You did not. Yeah, I think so. We've been streaming for like, God, let me see, how long have I been streaming for? 7 hours. Been streaming for like 7 hours plus. So let's wrap this up by sending you to Kidnotkin, whatever. I'll see you tomorrow or today, however you want to view it. Bye bye. See you. See you. No, they won't. Everyone is out for themselves in the space. Will you sleep? Yeah, probably lie down. Okay. Bye-bye.